Hello again, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma here, alongside Drew. Let me get your camera in here, Drew. Let me know if you guys can hear us. I'm in my AirPods now, so I hear you guys through my ears instead of hopefully through the computer. Again, let us know how you're hearing us in chat, and we'll get started. Perfect. Drew, speak for us if you want. See if the echo comes through.
Yeah. What's up, everybody?
Anybody hear an echo from Drew?
Yeah. Any echo at all, guys? Been trying to figure this out, trying to get fixed.
No echo.
Sweet.
Perfect. The AirPods worked, everybody. Just set those up in our little break time. We are live now. This will probably be the start for our severe weather coverage for this evening, for the rest of this evening, starting here at 3:55 p.m. Make sure your time does line up at the bottom of the screen. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma, alongside my partner in crime, Drew Brummel. We are the Michigan Storm Chasers, tracking severe weather today here in Michigan. Starting off with our first warning today, kind of similar to what every single severe weather event has been this year, Berrien County. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect here for Berrien County until 4:30 p.m. Eastern. Also 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, as this also includes Central Time Zone. At 3:52 p.m. Eastern, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Chesterton to near LaPorte to Knox, moving north at 65 miles per hour. This is going to produce 60-mile-per-hour wind damage. Expect damage to roof siding and trees. Locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm warning include South Bend, Michigan City, LaPorte, Niles, Benton Harbor, St. Joseph, Buchanan, Trail Creek, Benton Heights, Fairplain, Bridgman, New Buffalo, New Carlisle, Berrien Springs, Watervliet, Three Oaks, Coloma, Long Beach, Stevensville, and Roseland. This also impacts portions of I-196, I-80, and I-94 in this portion of Indiana and Michigan. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, hail size less than 0.75 inches in diameter. No tornado possible with the storm at the current time. Zooming out, you can see this is one big squall line moving our way here on radar. Couple QLCS notches starting to pop up here. You can see there's a tornado warning down here in north central Indiana for Fulton, right where this red box is. We're going to be watching all of these notches throughout the night as this line moves off to the northeast here into Michigan at some point later this evening. So we're going to keep an eye on it right now. The warning is in effect for these storms that are rolling in from the Valparaiso area. There's also what's called a bookend vortex back here right now. So you can see how the storm kind of curls into itself. That is this storm right here, heading up towards LaPorte as we speak, blasting through LaPorte actually, given these wind speeds right now on radar. So we're going to have to keep an eye up and down this line tonight for any little discrete notches that do come in. As we do, we'll read out these warnings in real time. This is the only warning in the state. For those who missed it earlier, in our Part 1 coverage, we had a tornado warning for Macomb County. That was for what we now believe is, actually, has it been officially confirmed, Drew?
Yes, it has been.
Okay, so that is officially our 29th confirmed tornado of the year in the state of Michigan, in Macomb County near Fraser. For those who missed it earlier today, it was a freak little spin-up storm where the two storms kind of collided into each other. We saw that last year with Livonia as well, where you had the two storms kind of collide into each other and then just spin up something really quick. And that's what exactly happened today here in Macomb County. So, something to keep in mind as we go throughout this evening. The shear vectors are very high out there. And we will have to watch up and down this line of damaging winds for perhaps brief spin-up tornadoes. Something to keep in mind, though, this is a severe thunderstorm warning down here for considerable winds, which is 70 miles per hour. That is the equivalent of a weak, brief tornado, EF0 in strength. So this line of storms tonight, no matter what, if it's coming through your location, this is going to be producing a weak tornado-like winds. So keep that in mind. Yeah, we do have cells popping up all over the place now in our warm air corridor here south of the warm front. A couple cells now in St. Joseph and Cass County. Not severe at the current time, but these are prefrontals, and we'll have to watch them very, very closely as they continue to move north, and then eventually get ingested by this line. And again, when these storms do ingest into each other, that could produce quick spin-ups. So as soon as this line does move into Michigan, we'll have to keep an eye out on that. The center of the low right now is somewhere back here near Chicago, so it's very close to the center of the low, which means there's a lot of spin out there this evening. And again, the main hazards for this line of storms this evening is going to be damaging winds and a brief tornado.
For those that are wondering, our sounding is fully loaded in. We fully have our sounding fully ready. I guess, Joel, if you want to know, it's in one of our chats. Chandler has the sounding fully completed that was conducted in Athens, Michigan. So I believe that will be shared shortly on the Michigan Storm Chaser page. But for those that didn't know, we did a weather balloon launch. Chandler and a few other chasers went out and did a weather balloon launch in Athens, Michigan. So, but like Joel mentioned, we'll have to be on the lookout for strong winds. In northern Indiana specifically, they've had a history of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds throughout this line. We'll have to be on the lookout for maybe a few notches as well, for maybe some spin-up tornadoes as this line approaches southern Michigan.
Indeed. For those watching in southeast Michigan right now, there's no concern for you guys. There's still flash flood warning in effect, and that goes into effect until, I believe, 4:45. Yes, so about 45 more minutes for this flash flood warning in Macomb County. That is Mount Clemens, Katy, Clinton. So kind of right where that tornado passed through earlier today. They got slammed with a brief week tornado, and rainfall amounts up to 3 inches. Yes, the sounding has been updated and has been posted on our page. I see that. Yeah, we do have these storms rolling in to Michigan right now. They are still outside of the state. The severe thunderstorm warning is for Berrien County. It's for this line of storms right now passing through LaPorte. So if you are in New Buffalo, Three Oaks, Galen, and Buchanan, you have about probably, I would say, no greater than 10 minutes to prepare for this line of gusty winds, again 60 miles per hour moving into your neck of the woods. That's it right now. If you're just tuning in, make sure you do hit that like button. We are going to be live wall to wall for the rest of this evening. We're going to be sitting here for you guys, tracking every single storm as it comes through. We also have a bunch of chasers out there today. I'm going to go ahead and tab through all of our chasers just to see who we have out there right now, who we can add. We do got Mike.
We'll also be keeping an eye on these prefrontal cells that are forming just ahead of this line. We'll be on the lookout for them if there'll be any interaction with this line, as well as if they'll mature at all. Sometimes when you have prefrontal cells, they can take better advantage of the environment at place. Currently, we have surface instability values of 2,000 from Interstate 94 to the south. We even have a few counties in extreme southern Michigan where we have instability values as high as 3,000, especially for counties like Hillsdale County, and let's see here, Cass County, St. Joseph County and Cass County, I believe, as well. So that's a lot of instability. That is double to triple the amount that we need. So these storms will continue to stay strong as they move into our state. So now it's time to hunker down and continue to stay weather aware as we cover this as it goes into our state here.
Absolutely. Again, your best place for shelter this evening is going to be in a basement. Again, anywhere below ground is your best bet. If you don't have a basement, interior room on the lowest floor of your building. If you live in an apartment, become friends with your downstairs neighbor real quick, I guess you could say, tonight, and see if you could be invited over. Otherwise, relocating to a family friend's place that is a sturdy structure that does have a basement is preferred. In the event you do have a severe thunderstorm warning, or especially a tornado warning, tornado warnings can pop up quickly within this line, so we'll have to keep an eye on that this evening. So again, tornado watch likely on the way. I would imagine probably for southern Michigan here, probably for the I-94 corridor and points south, all the way over towards Detroit. That'll be coming soon. Again, watch is expected here by the Storm Prediction Center very soon. It has been a busy day so far out there. Again, for those who are just tuning in, Fraser, Michigan got hit by a tornado just around, I think it was around 1:15 this afternoon there in Macomb County. It is our 29th tornado of the year here in the state of Michigan. Again, we are now 10 tornadoes shy of tying the all-time record here in the state of 39 in a year. We may get close to that tonight depending on how this environment does end up interacting with itself as it moves into Michigan. So again, as mentioned, this is the start of our wall-to-wall coverage. We don't expect to stay or turn off our live stream at all for the rest of this rest of tonight. We'll be live from beginning to end as these storms roll across the state until they get through the thumb. So feel free to support what we do by sharing the stream, liking the stream, all that jazz. Even if you don't know anybody in the state, a like does go a long way in terms of boosting the algorithm to your fellow Michiganders. So we really want to make sure and emphasize to stay safe tonight, especially as damaging winds do roll across the state. And we will also have cameras as these storms roll more further inland to share with you guys as they head close to them. So our first weather camera that we have out there, exclusive here at Michigan Storm Chasers, is located in Charlotte, Michigan. That is at the fire station there in Eaton County. And so that will probably be our first view we get of these storms this evening, provided we don't have any prefrontals further up the line. Click in here. Open up some of our chat. Again, this line of storms is now starting to push over the state line as we speak. Get back down to our Indiana radar here, where the severe thunderstorm warning is currently in effect. We'll change the storm vector. It is 189 at 59 knots. Sorry, just some lingo behind the scenes that we need to input into our radar here. Anywhere we see these bright greens is going to be your damaging winds as they move towards the area. So keep that in mind. That is especially here across Argos. So that's going to be southern Marshall County, Indiana. Again, current track of that storm would be pretty much up into the southern St. Joseph, southern Branch County region if it continues its current trajectory. The rest of this line would be more towards the Berrien, Cass, and western St. Joseph counties areas, and then eventually moving north in towards Kalamazoo as well.
SBC just updated the outlook for today. Still an enhanced risk for our state. Tornado outlook, the 10% risk, tornado risk is lining up right along the Michigan-Indiana border. 5% is still in place for the same areas. Wind, 30% for the enhanced risk regions. And then hail, small contour, 15% in St. Joseph and Cass counties. So nothing really too much has changed. So confidence in this line being severe as it enters our state is pretty high right now.
We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch coming in. I want to get the graphic for that if it hasn't been covered already. So new severe thunderstorm watch coming in right now. We're gonna get the details here in just a second for you guys. It will pop up probably on the screen. Let's see if we can get it in here. So there's your tornado watch. Anywhere in these yellow boxes right now, that's a tornado watch for Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch. We're going to have new tornado watch coming in very shortly. Let me see if I can pull it up here on the side of the screen. So severe thunderstorm watch has not come in yet. Still waiting.
I have it on my end, Joel, on Twitter.
Yeah.
The severe thunderstorm watch would be right along interstate, basically 196, 296. So places like Howell, Lansing, and Flint and Port Huron to the south is in a severe thunderstorm watch. Hazards are a couple tornadoes are possible. Hail up to ping pong size hail is possible. And wind scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour are likely with a severe thunderstorm watch. So an all hazard threat with a severe thunderstorm watch. Main emphasis will be on the wind. You want me to get that on the page, Joel?
If you can get the graphic into the text that got posted on Facebook, that'd be great.
Sweet.
All of these counties are in the severe thunderstorm watch, by the way. I'm going to read them off one by one here. So we got from working from west to east. So pay attention, everyone, for those who are wondering. In chat here, we have Allegan County, Van Buren County, Berry County, Kalamazoo County. So those are all in West Michigan. We also have Eaton and Calhoun County, Clinton. Sorry, let me pull it up here. Clinton, Ingham, Jackson, Hillsdale, as well as, I believe that's going to be Shiawassee. You have Livingston, Washtenaw, and Lenawee, Monroe, Wayne, Oakland, Macomb, St. Clair, Lapeer, and Genesee. So all those counties just read off are in the new severe thunderstorm watch. If you didn't hear your county, you're not in it tonight. So Ottawa, Kent, and Ionia County, for example, your guys are not in the severe thunderstorm watch. It looks like the instability axis is just south of your location. So if you're watching from Grand Rapids, it should just barely miss you guys. But again, keep it in mind. There's more of the alerts popping in the bottom of the screen there. I wonder what happened to our sound. I'll see if I can get that fixed. Hold, please.
Those wondering, we have a really strong pocket of winds that we're kind of keeping an eye on in Indiana by the Warsaw, Indiana area. Winds up to 70 miles per hour, and that's what the severe thunderstorm warning is. It's not for our state, but this pocket of wind will be moving eventually into our state. So that's going to be something we're going to have to be on the lookout for if it continues to remain that intense as well.
These storms drew by the capital starting to show some signs of life as well. These prefrontals, especially here.
Yeah, I will note.
Sorry, especially here near Springport and Leslie. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say cells are definitely starting to blossom, even by the Michigan-Indiana border. There's a cell right by Ashley, Indiana, northeast Indiana we might have to keep an eye on as well. So we'll see what these cells do, see if they can mature and take advantage of the environment. Main focus right now is that line that has really strong damaging winds and has that threat for spin-up tornadoes. We might have to keep an eye on that bow right by Warsaw, Indiana. You see that in velocity.
Yeah. Go back and flip it over here. Oh, yeah.
Right by the northern Indiana radar.
Yep. Again, there's your little notch right there near Bourbon. That's where I could see a spin up. But again, that is still about 3 counties away from Michigan, so we still got a little bit of time. I believe we also have one of our other chasers coming in here real quick.
just gonna give you guys a heads up now, so I don't have to address this later on. So for anyone that's going to start mentioning about their town or city, we're not really going to have time to mention it, especially when these storms become more widespread in our state. If your town has anything concerning, whether it's winds or anything with tornadic signatures at all, we'll mention it. But we're not going to be talking about Flint or Lansing when these storms are still an hour or two away. So just be mindful of that. Our moderators are also going to emphasize that as well. Appreciate the mods that are on here, keeping our streams under control. And once again, we appreciate any chaser that is heading out tonight, providing us live feed coverage. And we'll also have our MSC cams up as well as these storms go into our state.
Yeah, you won't be out of the loop here at MSC. We'll keep you guys updated. Right now, the only place to be concerned about is here in Berrien County. So that's the only warning at the current time. There's no warnings yet for these cells that are blossoming up across portions of south central Michigan yet, but that could change here in the next coming minutes. As it stands right now, these are just normal thunderstorms. Looks like we got Clayton in here. Get him in just a second. Just doing some quick editing here. Okay, we do have enough time here to figure some things out. Again, we did just post our weather balloon data on our page, Facebook and X. That is MI Storm Chasers is the name of our account there. That weather balloon data is critical in terms of what the atmosphere is actually doing out there in terms of spin, instability, temperature, dew points, all that fun stuff that we use when we are forecasting severe weather. So feel free to go check that out on our Facebook and X pages. Get out of that. He should be good to go. He wasn't here. I'll keep him in though, just in case.
Once again, we only have one severe thunderstorm warning in our state right now, and that is for Berrien County for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So nothing else is severe right now. We're just kind of watching these cells ahead of the line, as well as that main pocket of severe winds by Warsaw, Indiana, and that will be rapidly approaching through the northeast. And that's kind of what we're all kind of watching right now. So we'll also keep an eye on our warm front for any sneaky cells as well.
Not a whole lot of significant spin going on yet out there, but it is getting close. Especially as this low starts to get a little bit closer to, that'll start to become more of an issue. While I have a second here, while we're not busy, shout out to Paige for becoming an EF0 member on our YouTube channel. We got Dry Oatmeal with a $5 super chat asking, will the storms that hit southeast Michigan earlier help limit severe tonight? It is definitely possible to answer your question there, Dry. However, there places in southeast Michigan are going to get the same sort of destabilization time that places in southwest Michigan have gotten so far today. So that sun is starting to move over towards that side of the state. In some aspect, it is probably sunny where you guys are at in southeast Michigan right now, in spots. That again is destabilizing the atmosphere. So again, as we mentioned in our stream earlier, the atmosphere kind of works like a gas station. The sun is your source of fuel, and it's refilling up the car, the atmosphere. The more sunlight we get, the more fuel you're adding to the atmosphere right now. So if you're in full sun, that is just destabilizing the atmosphere out there, going to result in some stronger to severe storms tonight.
Joel, I believe we have a special weather statement for Cass County for 50 to 55 mile per hour winds.
Okay.
Yeah, for Barron, it'd be eastern Barron County and Cass County. That'd be for wind gusts up to 50 to 55 miles per hour, so just under severe criteria. So that will be in effect for 57 minutes here. And that would be including places like Three Rivers, South Bend, Elkhart, Edwardsburg. Trying to pull up some lower towns here. Dowagiac, Penn. That would be for the special weather statement.
So one warning and one statement out there right now is what we're telling you guys. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Berrien County here in orange. That's for 60 mile per hour winds possible. And now that new special weather statement, as Drew mentioned, for 50 to 55 here for Cass primarily. Thank you, Kimberly, for the $1.99 super chat, and Jackie with the $4.99 super chat asking, does Lansing look bad enough that I should leave town if I can? Keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on it for you, I should say. As it gets closer, we'll let you know if Lansing isn't a threat. But for right now, you guys should be good. There's still this one cell near Leslie, that is putting down quite a downpour right now. Not really anything concerning right now, but again, these are those prefrontals that we do have to watch as they move up through portions of the central part of the state. And there you go. There, all those pink boxes you see on your screen now are all part of the severe thunderstorm warning. Or sorry, severe thunderstorm watch. My bad. You can see Ottawa, Kent, Ionia not in it, but these counties over here from 69 from Lansing to the state line are, because this gradual movement of this Boeing segment is off to the northeast.
One of our chasers, Nick from RCPN, is reporting that cell by Three Rivers currently, as of now, has no rotation with it, but heavy downpours and cloud to ground lightning is present with that cell in Three Rivers as of now. And he is chasing that cell in Three Rivers right now.
Mm-hmm. So also have Ben in the background who has a
Should be a stationary cam.
Stationary cam, yeah. See if we can get that up. Oh, yep, there he is. We're actually going to put him in slot 2. Just because Ryan doesn't really have anything right now. There you go. He's in there in the middle of the screen. Okay, Morgan is also in here now as well. So we're getting a lot of our chasers in here. There we go. Morgan in the bottom.
Do you have Morgan pulled up too, Joel?
Yep, Morgan's on there right now.
Okay. Yeah, right now, guys, we're mainly just seeing damaging winds. We're not seeing anything concerning as of now in terms of tornadic rotation. We'll let you know if that changes, but you may have to keep an eye on an area. I mean, right now it's just in Indiana. It's not for Michigan, Joel, but it's once again right by the northern Indiana radar. We'll have to keep an eye out for a notch there, but once again, that's in Indiana right now, guys. So still a county or two, a county and a half away from the state, but as of now, it looks like just gusty winds right now and just heavy downpours would be the main threats. Obviously, any of these storms could have lightning in them, so here, when thunder roars, go indoors.
Some nice shots coming in behind the scenes from Nick here. Good structure.
We have plenty of chasers right now, all in southern Michigan. We already mentioned one of our chasers in Three Rivers right now. A good chunk of them, I believe like 2 or 3 of them at least, were all there for that balloon weather launch in Athens, Michigan. So they're all kind of getting in position with these discrete cells that formed ahead of the line, as well as the incoming line. So we'll have plenty of views and updates to give you guys as this line kind of moves into southern central Michigan.
We honestly might get a nice break here shortly, Drew, if they believe these storms are starting to get below severe limits. Although I'm looking in the middle of the storm here, and I'm seeing still some bright indices. It's tough to tell because, again, it is get a little bit further away from the radar site there.
Yeah. We do have a few other storms behind this line, too, that we're kind of keeping an eye on. I will say that first line we're kind of keeping an eye on in terms of entering the state has really good thermodynamics. What I mean by that has a lot of instability to take advantage of, and modest shear. But the storms, if we can get any storms behind this line to form and mature, the wind shear parameters are much higher, which would rapidly increase your damaging wind and mainly your tornado threat. So we'll see if those cells actually take fruition and take advantage of any leftover environment, but it may be difficult since the main line that's in Indiana right now might be taking the majority of that instability, or storm juice, if you like to call it.
Mike's cam back on. Yeah, so we have Nick again behind the scenes right now, trying to get his camera to work for us, and he has an inflow tail on this storm here near Three Rivers and Mendon. So that does a sign that inflow could be increasing on the storm. You can kind of tell given that there's these little hooks on it. Again, you see these little hooks. That is indicative of some rotation starting to pick up. So we'll keep an eye on these prefrontal cells, is what they're called, especially if this line behind it starts to catch up to these cells in front. That could cause some weird, crazy interaction with the storms around it. So when things interact with each other, they like to do the little spinny spin, and yeah, nothing else to say about that other than you could have some brief spin-up tornadoes tonight. As of right now, we're not seeing anything here across Michigan yet, so that is a good sign. The current time is 4:28 p.m. and 30 seconds. Chief Morales, Joel Fritzman here alongside Drew Brummel. And again, there's only one severe thunderstorm warning in the state right now here for Berrien County. That is this orange box here you see on your screen. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch right now. So feel free to follow us on all of those. Make sure to like the stream if you're just joining in tonight. And we got covered here from beginning to end. Oh boy, I need some sleep. Not getting that for a while.
I hear you, Joel.
Huh?
I said I hear you.
Yeah. All these cells starting to pop up everywhere now. Nice cell over Lansing right now. On 127 near Leslie. Obviously, that's the one we've been watching. Some starting to pop up across Allegan and Berry County right now as well.
I will note, Joel, that area that we've been kind of keeping an eye on by that northern Indiana radar does have a tornado warning on it now. Not for our state, obviously, but National Weather Service does believe that little notch area does have enough rotation to exhibit for a tornado warning. So we'll see if that continues, because right now it's about one county, one and a half counties away from the Michigan-Indiana border. So we'll see if that holds its intensity as it comes over here. But a little bit of a notch kind of going on by, let's see here, just northwest of North Webster. Kind of like what Joel was mentioning, we don't really see anything concerning right now in our state. It's just something we're keeping an eye outside of our state that could be a problem in the future if it continues to hold its strength.
Let's look at CC radar here real quick. Don't see anything on the ground. We'd be looking for some blues within the reds, and a lot of this is just clear air out there, out in front of the line. But we are watching, I would say, as you mentioned, Drew, right here along US 6 near Napanee. And again, that is moving towards southwest Michigan. Good news.
Yep.
As it stands right now, the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Berrien, which means we are no longer in severe ops as it stands. But we are very close to watching this Boeing segment move into Michigan as well tonight. So still a lot moving our way, and obviously you have all these prefrontal cells as well popping up everywhere. Hopefully everyone's having a great evening out there tonight. Let us know where you're watching from as well. You can obviously put us up on your TV tonight if you're watching on YouTube. I have a new special weather statement coming in here in just a second as well.
Yeah, that would be for Van Buren and Kalamazoo County. That would be for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour.
50 and no hail. So this is just a wind risk at the current time.
Yep. So far, not really seeing a lot of action for our state, which is great. Let's hope that continues to be the case as this line traverses into our state here.
Looks like we're waiting on Morgan's cam to come back.
Nick is reporting that that cell in Three Rivers has very, very weak rotation on it. So that'll be something we'll keep an eye on, of course, and he will keep us updated if he sees anything else with that storm ongoing in Three Rivers.
More severe thunderstorm watches coming in. Trying to get Clayton up. Clayton said he's trying to get in right now, not working.
Yeah, Clayton's also on that same cell that Nick is on.
It's like it doesn't want us to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that cell, by the way, is on the center of your screen. They're heading up towards Vicksburg right now. You can see Clayton's dots right there in the northeast side of it. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings currently in the state as it stands. So right now, currently in all clear mode. But that could change on a dime here I can go to from 0 to 100 pretty quick. We've seen it in events so far this year as well. So let's go full screen live to Clayton. Oh.
I will say, Joel, looking at mesoanalysis, our more effective shear seems to be more present with closer to our warm front, getting about 45 knots of effective shear.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be something we'll keep an eye on, of course. We do have a few cells once again by the Lansing area, but right now they're just downpours, few lightning bolts at best. Nothing too concerning right now, so it's great news for now.
Indeed.
And just like Joel mentioned, just have special weather statements in effect for only wind, 50-mile-per-hour winds.
Getting Clayton's cam set up here real quick. Bear with us with just a moment. For some reason they got rid of his his entire link, so we have to reinstall it here real quick. There we go. There he is.
Hey, there we go. Clayton.
Yep. We got him in. So now we should have a view on it. Randomly disappeared. So Clayton is on this storm here. Again, that is going to be very close to the Vicksburg area at the current time. And he got passed by a tractor. Thank you, Evan, for the 5 gifted memberships for our YouTube subscribers here. Appreciate you, as always, one of our back-to-back donors. Thank you for paying it forward. We have Clips back for another super chat. Severe thunderstorm watch in Macomb County. I'm scared. Don't be scared. Be prepared is what we like to say here at Michigan Storm Chasers. As long as you have ways to receive warning, you are more in the loop than 90% of your fellow Michiganders. So putting yourself at a great advantage by tuning in today. We do wish we could be live for all Michiganders. So if you know anybody that could benefit from our severe weather live streams throughout the summer, especially once we get back into winter as well, we also do winter coverage as well from time to time. Feel free to share our stream with them. Again, a like goes a long ways as well. So we'll be here from beginning to end for all systems this summer, as is our motto. Really see that Boeing segment push out from the storm here. Let me go take my cam back full screen. That Boeing segment is just curling around into a nice little Q shape here. Again, that is the bookend vortex, as we mentioned. It is usually a sign of some very spinny winds up there, the upper levels of the atmosphere. We are watching that bookend vortex plus this line where QLCS spin-ups could be occurring as they head towards the Michigan state line. There's a tornado warning in effect now. Again, a county to our south, a county to the south of the Michigan state line for potential for spin-up tornadoes. So we're keeping an eye on it. Yeah, there's no severe right now in the state of Michigan, so we're good for the time being. go ahead and put Clayton in the top left. There we go. It's got Clayton, Ben, and Ryan up there at the top of your screen, all with cams. Cells now starting to pop in and fill in down here by the state line as well. Hillsdale, Lenawee, moving towards Monroe, Washtenaw, Wayne counties later this evening. We could see an over-convecting thing here as we get into the 5 to 6 o'clock hour. Again, these dew points are very, very high out there today. So I would not be surprised if this just turns into one big mess of showers and storms. Again, that's going to increase our flooding risk for tonight as well. So keep that in mind. If this does over-convect and you just see storms literally everywhere and anywhere, kind of like what we're starting to see, flooding risk does become a huge concern. And this rain will train over our area overnight tonight into tomorrow morning for your Thursday time frame. Testing. I'm really far away from my mic. I'll turn it up.
Yeah, we're kind of having a lot of just pop-up, kind of like popcorn storms, just kind of popping up everywhere across the state. We're even having some popping up by the Michigan-Ohio border. So once again, we're not really seeing anything concerning with these storms as of now. They just look to be heavy downpours. But kind of like what Joel mentioned, if we do over-convect, that will dramatically increase our flooding risk as well. So just be mindful of that. Even if our severe threat would trend low, we have to be on the lookout for that flooding risk because, once again, we are in that slight risk for excessive rainfall. And we already had a flash flood warning earlier today in the east side of the state. So easily could see maybe 1 or 2 of those potentially today, depending on how this all plays out.
I changed to my AirPods, so I think I gotta turn my volume back down. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna talk softly here real quick while I set this up. Okay. Sorry for the jump scare, anyone. How does this sound?
It's a lot quieter, Joel, at least on my end.
Okay. Let us know how you're hearing me.
One of our chasers, Nick, has a downed tree. I'm trying to figure out where this is at. Looks to be a healthy tree. Might have been maybe from damaging winds potentially. See where he is roughly located at. So this would be, we have a down tree just northwest of Menton. So it would be that cell that's by Vicksburg right now. See what that cell will do in the future here.
Kind of on this cell right here, heading up towards
Yeah.
climax.
Yep.
It's the one Clayton's on too right now. Back there in the corner. Sounds like I'm in a tunnel.
Yeah, you sound pretty quiet on my end, Joel. I don't know if that's the case with everybody else, but
Joel can't win. Just switch back to my mic. Thank you, Tim, for the $20 super chat. Asking about Three Rivers, Michigan. So Three Rivers right now is down here in kind of the thick of things a little bit. Still moving your way and in a special weather statement. All right, I'm changing back. That's all I need to hear.
All right. Let's bring this back up. Give me 1 second here. How about now? How's that sound?
Sounds better.
Okay. It looks better on my end. Still watching these cells blossom up everywhere across the state. However, these are going to tap into that instability a little bit more. So again, as these storms use up that instability, this line behind it is not going to have as much to kind of latch onto. That will significantly decrease this damaging wind risk. But it is more synoptically driven, so it may exist even without some of the gusty winds out there, or without some of the cape, I should say.
Joel, do you have Annie's camera pulled up?
I can, yeah. Give me 1 sec. I do. There's nothing here.
You got nothing.
Nope, not yet. But I have her on just in case you want to join in. We also have Chandler in here as well. We have a lot of people out there tonight, which is good to see. Ooh, there we go. Put Chandler in the bottom left. A lot of different options out there for views this evening. Yes, so instability is fuel for these storms, but again, these cells out in front are going to eat up some of that instability before the main line. So keep that in mind. That could mean that these prefrontal cells, as they're called, could be a lot stronger. But as it stands right now, we're not seeing anything that is warranting of a warning yet. They may look scary on radar, but as you can see, there are no boxes around them. So respect the polygon. There's no polygons to respect, so you guys are in the clear for now. If you're wondering what I'm doing here, I'm coordinating with all our chasers. There's a lot of them trying to get in behind the scenes right now, which is a good thing. So we have all of these views out there for you guys this evening.
Just to highlight, we have basically pop-up cells from basically Interstate 96 all the way down south. None of them right now have anything concerning with rotation or damaging winds as of now. We're not really hearing anything too concerning. We only have had one report from Nick that had a down tree. It was only one down tree from that cell that was in Vicksburg. That cell has now weakened. So we're not really seeing anything too concerning. I would say the main risk, if there be any risk for anything, would be more your flooding risk. That's probably slowly increasing with more and more of these cells that are popping up. We're also keeping an eye on the severe thunderstorm warning down south. by North Webster. But even still, that line is barely severe, I would say. But that will be maybe the next area that we'll be keeping an eye on as it goes to the northeast and would be in line eventually for Hillsdale County. As well as Branch County as well.
Yeah, this whole complex down here is what you're talking about, right, Drew?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's quite the mean-looking bow. However, right now there's only one area under a severe thunderstorm warning kind of along this bow, and that's this section here that's heading up towards St. Joseph and Branch County. This portion up here in Berrien County is no longer warned, but there is some special weather statements out there for 50-mile-per-hour winds. As it stands right now, we're just waiting on severe warnings to pop in. There's none right now for the state, but they are very close.
I think these storms, in terms of in the Michigan area, are struggling just to kind of hit that severe criteria. I think mainly just because how low our bulk shear is. But once again, we do have some higher values further up north. So that doesn't mean our severe threat is zero, but it could definitely, like Joe mentioned, quickly increase, especially if these cells can mature more and take advantage of that environment. So we're not really seeing anything too concerning right now, but that doesn't mean we can't get severe weather today, because that's definitely not the case. We easily could. And even if we don't, we still have that flooding risk that's in place. So we could easily have a few flash flood warnings for today. So just be mindful of that today as well. But so far, we're liking what we're seeing right now. We're not seeing too much action in terms of severe storms, which is great news because, as I'm sure all of you guys are aware of, we had obviously May 15th and March 30, which did not kind of trend like that. We had rapid and multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So thankfully this event hasn't been the case yet, but once again, that can still change here.
For those who might be stressing out there, again, there's a lot of clashing colors going on this radar. We can tell you right now that there's really not a whole lot that's catching our eye besides maybe this storm in Dansville, maybe this storm in Howell. Again, those are along the warm front. Otherwise, right now, there's no warnings other than a couple statements out there. Again, those statements are non-severe winds below 60 miles per hour. So it'll still get gusty, but right now not severe. You still want to be securing your loose objects. But right now, as it stands, there's no severe in the state, nothing to really be concerned about until really this Boeing segment down here heading into LaGrange soon. Will likely get warned for St. Joseph and Branch County. So St. Joseph, Branch County, you guys are up next for this severe thunderstorm warning if they do issue one downstream. Olivia with a $4.99 super chat over here on YouTube saying thank you for all you do. No problem, Olivia. Thank you for tuning in today and getting all your weather information from us. Ashley with a $5 super chat. Is the storm getting stronger as it approaches southwest Michigan? Right now, it's kind of just sitting in a neutral phase right now where it's not doing really any strengthening or weakening. I'll check ZDR just to double check here real quick. Yeah, those colors are neutral. So the dark blues and the grays are dying storms. The hotter colors are more updrafts being blossoming up further than they're collapsing. So we have a lot of blues and greens up and down this line right now, which is pretty much means they're just staying neutrally buoyant, not really collapsing yet, not really increasing yet either. It's trying to look for another source of lift. But yeah, we'll be live here all night until this line does move through the state. So feel free to like, share, subscribe, whatever you gotta do to get this out to as many Michiganders as possible. By the way, this application is called GR2, Gibson Ridge 2 Analyst, version 3. Is a PC program that you can get on any of your Windows, and I believe Mac. You can download on a Mac now as well. That's quite the line moving through Indiana down there.
Yeah, Indiana's definitely getting some very potent severe weather. If you can zoom out, oh yeah, you are zoomed out. You could see all those orange boxes down there are all severe thunderstorm warnings. Some are for 60 miles per hour, some are for 70 miles per hour, and they've had a few tornado warnings down there as well. Earlier on, for those that are wondering, states like Illinois had multiple tornadoes, maybe even one strong tornado earlier today from all the storms, and they were more discreet at first. So Illinois definitely got a fair share amount of tornadoes. Obviously, we got our one tornado here. It was a quick spin up that happened for a few minutes on the east side, but yeah. So for those that are wondering, I'm sure we have a few people in our live stream that also watch other storm chasers as well. So Illinois was definitely pretty busy today.
I do have some news that just came in right now, and it has to do with the Tigers game tonight. The Detroit Tigers versus Pittsburgh Pirates has been officially postponed, so if you are here in chat wondering whether or not the Tigers game is going to be happening tonight, spoiler alert, it is not. They just did cancel it. It'll be probably made up tomorrow.
So for those that are wondering, I think Joel mentioned this already, but even though there might be a few cells that might have that little hook feature, that doesn't automatically mean that it's a supercell. Usually we want to see velocity features that represent that. So as of now, as of 4:57, we don't really see with any of these discrete cells any concerning rotation, but that could change later on today. So we'll keep an eye on it. Right now, our main focus is with this line that is by the border. That would probably, in my opinion, have the best chance of going severe if there would be any storm that would go severe with that line that's approaching that severe thunderstorm warning in northern Indiana, with that line approaching southern Michigan. But we'll let you guys know if that changes.
Red Dozier, back from month number 12, saying, love you guys, but really didn't want to see you right now, waiting for it to hit Ingham County. When we're live, usually it's not a good thing. However, as it stands right now, there's no severe in the state to worry about, so you're good. Thank you, as always, for your support. Welcome Nicole to our channel as well as an EF0 member. Thank you for becoming part of the team. Got Tyler in here with a $2 super chat asking about Sparta. Any concerns with storms over the lake? Right now, I would imagine no. That's going to be kind of a little too far back for instability to kind of catch up. So all this concern tonight, I think, would have to be really, in terms of for severe weather, east of Grand Rapids, east of Ionia. Thank you for your support, Tyler. We also have Megan back from month number 7 saying thanks for everything you do, MSC, mods, and chasers. No problem, Megan. Thank you for tuning in tonight and your support as always. We are just sitting here, Drew and I, sitting here twiddling our thumbs right now with nothing to track, which is a good thing. But we are seeing some of these cells start to become a little more potent in size, especially here in Ingham and Livingston County. Again, as Drew mentioned, we look just because they have the kidney bean shape on them doesn't mean they're always going to be rotating. However, I will say it's starting to do it a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to mention that too for Ingham County, that cell's trying to get a little bit of inflow into it. But we'll see what the cell does here in the near future.
Yeah. Fortunately, there's a lot of range folding going on right now as well, which is all this purple you see on radar, so it does not help.
Yeah, that definitely does not help.
So I have to go from the Grand Rapids radar. Grand Rapids shows it a little bit better as well.
We'll have a new meso-analysis update here in about 10 to 15 minutes here. For those that are wondering, that's basically an average in terms of what the atmosphere would look like currently, which can be really helpful when it comes to tracking these storms.
Actually, I will say this for Tyler, for you watching in here in chat, we will have to watch how far north this Boeing segment makes it. You did ask about the stuff over the lake. The main concern is going to be the stuff down here in Van Buren County. If that can make it further north and kind of sit and propagate around the center of the low, that could do some funky spin-up business. So Grand Rapids, Rockford, Sparta, be on alert. Just because this is not menacing right now does not mean it could be in a little bit as our low-level jet starts to kick up a little bit. So something to keep in mind. Again, right now, statemented for 50-mile-per-hour winds. We'll have to see as this moves more further north. We do have actually a severe thunderstorm warning coming in right now.
I will say, Joel, that cell that you're kind of talking about in Allegan County, some weak rotation, I would say, is present with that right by Lee, Michigan.
Which side of the county is that on?
That'd be in Allegan County.
Yeah.
Southern Allegan County.
Yeah, right there. Okay. I'll keep an eye on that. As well as you, I guess. The new severe thunderstorm warning, though, is in effect here for portions of southern Michigan. This is issued by the National Weather Service. They actually have two severe thunderstorm warnings coming in at the same time. We're going to read one first, and then get to the other one here in just a second. National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Steuben, Noble, LaGrange in Indiana, as well as southeastern St. Joseph and southwestern Branch County in southwestern Michigan until 5:30 p.m. 501, severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from Middlebury to Rome City to near Albion, Michigan, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the main hazard with this storm. It is radar indicated. No hail threat with this storm, and they did not include the tornado possible tag. So right now, no rotation really is being seen within this line. However, that can change really quickly, and we're seeing, Drew, these little notches here in Wolcottville and just near LaGrange. Those right now are probably little downbursts along the edge of the line, but those could quickly rotate if we latch onto some stuff that's moving in. So we'll have to watch these very, very closely. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you were going to mention this soon, but that severe thunderstorm warning in Ingham County does have a tornado possible tag on it.
Okay. Yep. So I'll go over to that right now. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning, as Drew mentioned, in effect for eastern Ingham County in south central Michigan until 5:45. 409, severe thunderstorm was located near Williamston, or 8 miles east of Mason, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible with this storm. Locations impacted include Mason, Williamston, Weberville, Dansville, Bell Oak, Okemos, and Haslett. Tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is heading right for Weberville and Fowlerville eventually. So kind of the same track as our 2023 tornado. But right now it says tornado possible. There's no tornado warning. In effect, it's just the same location as one that happened previously. I believe Mike at the top right corner is on that storm. I don't have his dot, though. If you want to double check with Mike and let me know. Drew?
Yeah.
I thought he was on this. No, actually, he's not on that storm. He's down here on these storms in Tekonsha.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that severe thunderstorm warning up there. It's getting closer. It's probably going to start taking advantage of the environment where that bulk shear is, right where that warm front is. So we'll keep an eye on that storm, just like Joel mentioned. And we'll also keep an eye on that line. You know, kind of like we were just mentioning before, you know, we didn't have any severe thunderstorm warnings, and then all it took was 1 minute, and we had 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and another area of rotation to watch in Allegan County. So that's how quickly things can escalate sometimes. So that's why you always have to be weather aware, even though if things don't look concerning, all it can take is just 5 minutes for things to ramp up, and that's kind of what just happened right here.
Another alert that just came in, Drew, is the special weather statement down here in southern Monroe County. This is for winds up to 50 miles per hour and half-inch hail. This storm is currently in downtown Toledo. This is heading up towards Temperance, Luna Pier, and Monroe. Not warned, but it is heading up towards Monroe. Could be warned in future minutes, in the coming minutes. So we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, a couple special weather statements out there right now, but no tornado warnings. For those on alert downstream, this severe thunderstorm warning will next impact the eastern portions of Branch County, as well as heading towards Calhoun County, south side of Calhoun County. Mike is heading for that storm right now as we speak. And we also have this severe thunderstorm warning up here, as mentioned, in Weberville, heading down 96 towards Fowlerville, as well as northern Livingston County, kind of in the Howell area.
Also note too, new special weather statement, Joel, for Berry County here with those cells. I think of the other county name here.
Eaton.
Yeah, Eaton. Berry and Eaton County.
40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail with this special weather statement coming in right now for Berry and Eaton. These storms are moving off to the northeast at 20 miles per hour, so these ones are even slower. So that means this line of storms back here, which is moving at 60, is going to catch up to these cells at some point. This special weather statement includes Charlotte, downtown portions of downtown Lansing. You also have Hastings, Eaton Rapids, Grand Ledge, Potterville, Nashville, Bellevue, Freeport, Edgemont Park, Syria, Calamo, Dimondale, Vermontville, Sunfield, Mulliken, Waverly, Woodland, Gresham, and Dowling.
Joel.
Yes.
I would watch that cell by Cedar Springs as well in northern Kent County. It's like some rotations trying to, some weak rotation is present with that cell too.
Yeah, we're doing the funny, aren't we? They're all starting to do that. Although this one's more of a downburst, actually, near Kent City. Those are opposite directions right now, but that can change in a dime. Again, within the vicinity of the low pressure system, a lot of funky things can happen. We saw it on March 30th. We saw it on May 15th this year. Kent County has been hit pretty hard. It's kind of a similar setup. So, again, we'll keep an eye on it. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, as mentioned right now, one for St. Joseph and Branch and one for eastern Ingham County. This one in Ingham County is labeled for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a possible tornado, but there's no tornado warning on it. So it's about the last step before a tornado warning right now. This is a pretty potent storm there on your base reflectivity radar, which is your intensity of rainfall. Blues and greens is your light rain, the reds and the oranges and the pinks is your heavy rain, and perhaps even some hail. And there's going to be there's going to be so many tiny storms out here right now, Drew. We're going to have to be kind of going up and down all of them, making sure there's no funny business ongoing right now. We're going to go switch back down to our thunderstorm warning here at the border, just because I know this one had some QLCS notching in it earlier. It looks like there is some possible here, heading towards Stroh, which would be on a collision course for southern Branch County near where 69 crosses into Indiana. So that'll need an extension of the warning at some time soon. We also have a couple little notches in here, kind of very subtle across Van Buren and Kalamazoo County as well. Again, 50-mile-per-hour winds possible here. Go back up to the Grand Rapids radar. A lot of flipping back and forth, as is on days like today where you have so many tiny little storms that could be spinning. Want to make sure we're covering our ground. This storm here specifically, just north of Bellevue, it looks to have some winds coming out of it, heavier winds, and actually the VIL says it could be a little bit of a hail threat. Oh yeah. Another product we use here is called correlation coefficient.
anywhere we see these reds and pinks on radar is going to be what's called uniform objects in the sky. So such as raindrops and snowflakes, those are pretty round in nature. Obviously snowflakes are quote-unquote round. Hail is not, and so that shows up as more of a yellow and a green in this radar. So you can see there's a little bit of a core right now directly over 5 Point Highway at Kurtz Road and the Windmill Lane area heading towards Section Road and Calamo Highway here, and that is in extreme western Eaton County. Could be a little bit of hail falling right now as well on Lawrence Road near McCowan Road, as well as Mixer Road in southeast central Berry County. See if I can add Annie in here real quick. I think she's trying to get in still. Double check and make sure. Hopefully get that fixed here soon as well. Got something
Joel,
to say?
I will know.
Go ahead.
I'll note with the newest mesoanalysis update, kind of right where those cells are by Williamston, so Ingham County, Eaton County, and Berry County, they are in the most favorable effective bulk shear of 40 knots. And then we also have supercell composite values of 2 around these storms as well, with surface instability values as high as, trying to get the right measurement here. Yeah, the highest instability right now seems to be in southeast Michigan, about 2,000, 2,500. So makes sense that these storms are kind of being a little bit stronger. They're kind of taking advantage of that environment that's given it place, where you have that stronger bulk shear in place.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe Chandler's asking for you in chat here.
Yeah.
What's he saying?
Says he'll have a good shot in 5 minutes.
Perfect. Okay.
Do you already have his camera up or no?
There's
it's sideways. So
that was Annie's cam. So it looks like we got Annie back in here.
oh.
Chandler's also going to have a good shot here soon. We also have Morgan in there right now. You can see the top of your screen. Do we know where Morgan's at?
She is nearby Chandler. Severe thunderstorm warning by Ingham County has been trimmed.
Yep.
Only includes the northeast portion of Ingham County, so places like Williamston and Weberville are the only regions that are in that severe thunderstorm warning right now. And I will say too, rotation has kind of weakened with that cell. It looks to be slowly falling apart. So I kind of doubt as of now that they'll issue another warning.
Correct.
We may have to keep on that cell by Howell, Michigan. Has a little bit of a hook feature, but not really seeing really concerning areas of rotation at all with that. But it'll be something that we'll keep an eye on as well.
Check this out live on cam right now on Morgan's cam. She is right underneath that little notch there in Sturgis, I believe. Yeah. We're on the edge of the, what could be a little QLCS spin up. We'll have to keep an eye on it here. Those clouds are roaring fast.
Nick is saying he has a wall cloud in Burr Oak. hoping to get a picture from him here shortly.
So that's also where Chandler's at.
So we might have a view of something interesting here, guys, with that line here shortly.
Yep, I got Chandler's cam in now.
Okay.
It's up there on the third slot on the top. So on your screen right now is Morgan's cam. She's in Sturgis. We also have Clayton nearby, I believe. Don't see his dot right now. I'm trying to see if... Oh, he's up heading towards Albion. We also have Mike on screen, also in the Marshall area. Ben is stationary right now down here near Leonidas, I believe. And we have Chandler, who's kind of also in the same location as Morgan. Let's go ahead and studio corner screen. Go ahead and flip this over.
For those that are wondering, the majority of our chasers are in nearby that line in southern Michigan right now. So they'll be by Burr Oak, Pullen, Mendon area. That's where I believe like 3 or 4 of our chasers are at right now. So they're kind of following this line as it moves off to the northeast. Take Chandler.
Oh, yeah. Give me one sec. There's the... Yeah, that's a wall cloud right there.
Yeah, that's definitely... Here, I'll send that into... Yeah, that's... Do you have his spotter dot?
Yeah, so they are right near Burr Oak right now as we speak. So that is a kind of a jagged wall cloud there in the center of your screen. In Burr Oak, again, wall clouds is a sign of perhaps some broad weak rotation at the very least in there. So center your screen. Let's see if I can get Chandler to take this paper off the dash. I don't know if you can hear me right now.
Get that up on the page, Joel.
Go ahead.
Those that are wondering, this is a wall cloud by Burr Oak. Wall clouds are usually the areas that we usually look for in terms of tornadic rotation or where a potential tornado could be. That does kind of match with their location. There is a rotation. Weak notches along Burr Oak.
Severe thunderstorm warning further trimmed for Ingham County as well. We got a lot going on now. It's starting to take off here. Checking radar behind the scenes right now. Just reported. So I see in chat here's a wall cloud being reported in Hastings. There's also now a wall cloud official report coming in from Howell. So that is that storm over there in Livingston County. So we have a bunch of storms starting to perhaps rotate. Actually, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get this queued up here real quick. That storm in Howell.
Check Nick has a better picture of that wall cloud.
Ah, yep. I'm going to go ahead and... Boy, this Range folded is not helping me at all. But that storm near Howell is starting to rotate just a little bit. Let's go ahead and take my camera back here real quick as Chandler moves away. Again, Chandler's cam is going to be up there at the top of the screen for now. This storm right here in Howell has an official wall cloud report on it from a chaser by the name of Ryan Cargill. Reported right here on I-96, 2 miles southwest of his location. So that'd be over here near Mason Road. And again, that you can see there's a little bit of a hook on it right now. Again, we see these hooks in this line of storms. That is a sign of potentially some weak rotation at the very least. So if you're in Howell right now, be on alert. There's no warning in effect, but that is a rotating storm now with a confirmed wall cloud on it. And a wall cloud's kind of the first stage in terms of a rotating storm. Switch back to Grand Rapids here. I think I need a new storm motion vector. Try and get it here. Yeah, there we go. So it looks like to me, Drew, that this storm right here in heading up towards Vermontville is going to try and collide with a storm to the west. That could also do something interesting. We have a downburst ongoing directly over Hastings right now as well. That is, again, wind moving out in every single direction from the storm as the updraft collapses on itself. So that's something to be watching as well. You can see from the Grand Rapids radar how that's rotating in the upper levels right now directly over Howell. So rotation there. Strong winds here heading for Nashville, Vermontville. Strong winds heading into Hastings. And obviously you still have this line of 50-mile-per-hour winds moving through Bangor into Paw Paw, heading up towards Portage and Kalamazoo as it stands. And then where all of our chasers are at right now in southern Michigan, or most of them at least, not all of them, near Burr Oak. You have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that's the only hazard there. Again, this is Branch County, St. Joseph County. And obviously you still have this severe thunderstorm warning up here for Williamston, which was likely going to be canceled soon as this storm leaves that polygon and heads over to the east a little bit more. If for whatever reason you're not sure exactly where these locations are on a map, again, it is one of those days where we're going to be kind of moving up and down this line everywhere. We're also going to be moving from the east side to the west side a lot, so keep that in mind when you hear these small towns. They might not be on your side of the state. Drew, I am watching this little segment here near Matawan, just north of Matawan right now. That caught my eye. Nothing on the ground, but there's a little bit of a notch here.
Yeah. Trying to get post up.
Yep, no worries. We got a new special weather statement coming in right now. I believe this is going to be for Kalamazoo, downtown Kalamazoo. Checking the alert on my phone. Yes, Kalamazoo, Westwood, Allegan. So this is moving further north now. So this is going to be all of Allegan County, extreme northern Van Buren, extreme northwestern Kalamazoo, and western Barry. So this little segment here that isn't covered by a box yet. This is for 40-mile-per-hour winds and no wind. Sorry, 40-mile-per-hour winds and no hail expected with this new special weather statement coming in right now as it stands. If you have damage reports to send in to us, feel free to send those in our, for those who have Meta and are on Facebook, search up the group called Michigan Weather Reports. That is a community group that we run on Facebook. Feel free to join. Make sure you answer the questions when you join, and we will accept you in. Additionally, or alternatively, you can join us on Discord. The link to Discord is discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. We do have a damage and survey there. I see a lot of comments rolling in right now. Sirens in Constantine, White Pigeon, Colon, Three Rivers, Sturgis. So it sounds like I will say this: it looks like Chandler and Nick did call in the wall cloud, and so I would imagine they are sounding these sirens as a matter of safekeeping right now.
Yeah, I would say just west of Bronson. It's probably that same wall cloud that they're seeing. So we have multiple chasers, guys, keeping an eye on the storm here. So if there's anything that happens, whether if that rotation picks up at all or any damaging winds with that line, we have several. We have 3 or 4 chasers on this line right now. So
New weather alert coming in.
I just got some news, Joel, behind the scenes. So the Tigers game has just been postponed.
Yeah, I didn't know if you caught that earlier, but I said it in stream.
Okay, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
A lot going on.
Yeah, that supercell, by the way, over Howell is really starting to pick up its upper level rotation. Still not showing up as strong from the Detroit radar, but it's starting to get its act together in the upper levels. Would not be surprised if there's some sort of warning coming soon for Livingston County. So heads up there. If you are in Howell, you can see from the Grand Rapids radar how those reds and greens are very bright in the upper levels. This is 7,500 feet off the ground, so it's about a mile and a half up. But that can quickly mix to the ground, so we'll keep an eye on it as that progresses. Here's your new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for those down here in southern Michigan for Branch County. This new orange box has popped up on your screen. We're about to get a tornado warning, I think, out of this. Drew, check that recent velocity.
Yeah, it's been tightening.
That's
I will note too, when you were talking about Howell, there was a train spotter that did report a rotating wall cloud on that Howell cell about 10 minutes ago. But yeah, no, that's definitely concerning right there. We have, I believe, Nick and Chandler and Morgan all on that cell, right?
Yeah, so Chandler is right up next to it right now. That is on the right side of his screen. I'm going to go ahead and pull him full. This new severe thunderstorm warning is for Branch. This is going to be heading right towards between Sherwood and Coldwater. We can see this is first signs of tornado genesis on the screen. I'm going to go ahead and pull Chandler full. Let's see if I can get his cam here. So it'll be on the right side of the screen, I believe. Yeah, he is right up next to it. It's literally right off to the right side of his screen.
Yep. Feel free, guys, to like and share this live stream. We have multiple chasers on the cell. It would do wonders to let other people know of ongoing severe weather. So feel free to like and subscribe, as well as hit that share button. That can help alert more people about these cells here. And we have several chasers viewing this strongly rotating storm here. So if you are living around the Bronson, Madison, Sherwood area, I would definitely be paying attention to the cell here. Did we get a new severe thunderstorm warning, Joel? Just trying to play catch up here.
This is for Branch and portions of St. Joseph. This National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for those counties until 6:15. 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is confirmed by trained weather spotters, and there it is. There is your new tornado warning coming in right now.
Yeah, tornado warning.
That severe thunderstorm warning does have tornado possible. Now it is overcome by this new tornado warning now issued for Branch County. Box is about to pop up on your screen here. We did mention that this is starting to tighten up. You can see those reds and greens very close to each other right now, and Nick and Chandler are about a mile away from it, but they are on the back side of it right now. I believe they're actually heading north to kind of get some more ground on it, which is very smart.
Yeah. They're probably also trying to get a better view of it too. You know, we all know Michigan, lots of trees can make it really difficult for viewing too. So we'll have a view soon, guys, on the cell here as it continues to move off to the northeast.
So here it is, the red box in the bottom left corner.
Joel?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to quickly add this here. That cell by Howell 8 minutes ago definitely has a very low lowering. We got another chaser that has potentially some funnel clouds or a funnel cloud by wheat field about 8 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm. Is the graphic for the tornado warning up, by the way?
Yeah, I'm trying to get that up.
Yeah, so Howell, again, that wall cloud has been reported. Thank you, Drew, for confirming kind of that there is a wall cloud on that now for sure. Here's your new tornado warning on the screen. National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued this tornado warning until 6 p.m. for northwestern Branch County. At 5:28, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bronson or 11 miles northeast of Sturgis, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation. This storm will be near Union City around 5:40 p.m. Other locations impacted by this tornado warning include Hodunk, Madison Lake, and Sherwood. Also includes Interstate 69 in Michigan near mile marker 21. Take cover now. Interior room, lowest floor of a building. We might have it on the ground here, actually. CC is showing hints at some brighter colors here. This would be on the ground. If it is on the ground, it is on the ground on Cobb Road.
Nick says Tor. He is right next to that cell. He's the closest dot to that rotation. We'll see if he can give us a view here or an image.
What is Ben's cam showing right now? Ben's got something on cam. I'm not sure exactly what that is.
Yeah, we have our storm chasers are literally right next to this thing. So if there's a tornado on the ground, they will see it.
Go take Chandler back here real quick. A lot of buttons to be pressing through here. Yeah, that looks like in the latest scan that there's a lot more mess.
Yeah, that's... Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that looks like it's potentially on the ground. Crossing over M86 right now at Athens Road.
Yeah, that's... Just let you know, Joel, I'm keeping an eye on that Fowlerville cell, just in case there's anything interesting on that cell. Obviously, main focus is that cell that's ongoing. Not seeing anything too concerning yet from that Fowlerville cell yet.
Yeah, please do not use our messenger to ask questions about the weather. Feel free to use messenger for damage reports and if you need help with damage after the fact that it's gone through. But again, we're going to try and utilize the Michigan Weather Reports page on our Facebook, or on Facebook. It's a community group. Feel free to post them in there if you do have anything. Again, everyone on MSC staff right now is occupied here with streaming operations. It looks like we lost Chandler's cam. So we're going to go ahead and take radar back full screen here real quick. It looks like the CC has gone away. We flip it back over to velocity, and it is still there. See the reds and the greens next to each other like that. Keep an eye on that. We actually now have a funnel cloud report as well, Drew.
Yeah, by Nashville, right?
Yep. Downburst ongoing still near Hastings.
Yeah.
So bear with us here. There's cells literally all over the state right now. All kind of doing a little bit of its own funky business. Or trying to keep an eye on all of them all at the same time. But we are just
Joel,
two people. Yeah, go ahead.
pull up Morgan. She has a tree down on her cam.
Okay. She's not in yet.
Letting her know about that right now.
Okay. We're also still watching back off to the south here as well in this line of this Boeing segment here crossing in through Branch County right now. There's also another notch that's bursting forward here along I-69 south of Coldwater that could be worth watching here in the moments to come. Probably some nice gusty winds in that. As you can see, brighter colors on radar. Those are winds of, actually that is 66 miles per hour at 3,000 feet off the ground. So that's pretty gusty. Same thing up here. This is 70 miles per hour at 3,100 feet off the ground. So either way, if there's no tornado ongoing right now here in Branch County, especially just to the west of Coldwater, this could still be quite the wind threat. If there is still tornado on the ground, it's going to be right down Hubbard Road at Arbogast Road, mind you, Barnhart Road, as well as Francisco Road and Webb Road. All of those roads I just mentioned there, right underneath the strongest of that rotation. We actually have a new warning coming in. I believe it's going to be for Calhoun.
We are starting to get reports from some of our chasers that there is damage. We are waiting for pictures right now. So we are getting reports of damage right where that interesting rotation spot where that CC drop was roughly at, Joel.
Got it. Trying to see if anyone else is alive right now. Looks like we lost everyone but Mike. Probably getting pictures of the damage, if anything.
Could be a bad service too. I think we have a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep, for Calhoun.
Yep.
Just waiting for it to load. This National Service in Grand Rapids issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun County till 6:30 p.m. At 5:37, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 7 miles north of Colon to 6 miles west of Coldwater to near Coldwater Lake, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and a tornado is possible for Calhoun County. Oof. Starlink issues out there right now, according to Chandler. So he'll be back when he gets his reception back in. But this tornado warning does continue, as mentioned, for portions of northern Branch County towards Union City, in effect until 6 p.m. So you still have another 20 minutes on this. It is radar indicated no hail with this storm, so it's just a tornado threat and perhaps obviously damaging winds with a severe thunderstorm warning around it at the current time. How is our storm in Howell looking? Let's go take a look. Looks okay. Not anything that really catches my eye right now. So it looks like we're good there in Howell for the time being. Still got a downburst perhaps happening as it heads up towards Freeport. Front edge of this storm as it moves north. Recently reported a funnel cloud, of course, here in the Vermontville area. Keeping an eye on that. So as it stands right now, we're also watching this. It's kind of like a duo hook right now across Branch County. We're watching this number 1 up here. We're also watching number 2, which is actually Drew starting to tighten up a little bit as it heads just to the east, southeast of Quincy.
Yeah. I'll add this, Joel. Some of our chasers down there reporting it smells like fresh pine, which that's a pretty common thing to smell if there is a tornado that went through. So
there you go.
we'll have pictures here here shortly, guys, probably of what they all saw here. But right now, we're just trying to make sure that they're safe right now, and I think the majority of them are just trying to keep up with this rotation right now. So we'll have images of this here shortly. Once again, feel free to hit that like and share button. We have almost all of our chasers on this tornado warning cell, so we appreciate all of our hard work from our chasers that are out there trying to relay information to us and to the National Weather Service. We also appreciate a great job the mod team is doing right now, trying to keep control of the chat. We greatly appreciate their help as well. We'll continue tracking these storms as they move off to the northeast. We still have that tornado warning. There is still some broad rotation with that cell. It most likely is not on the ground, but regardless, still treat it seriously as if it would be on the ground. Please take shelter if you're in that tornado warning.
Indeed. Yeah, so level 1 tornado warning right now. Radar indicated is what it's called. And heading up towards Union City, Tekonsha. Actually, I believe we have Clayton in here who has a view on it right now. Let's pull him full. Frozen camera. This tornado warning is still in effect. Again, this is going to be Northern Branch County. All the alerts are scrolling on the bottom of the screen as it stands. So it looks like Clayton's cam is frozen. Oh. Maybe not.
It's another thing about Michigan. Terrible service, and like I know when I've had my chasing experience in southern Michigan, it can get pretty rough down there.
Yeah, it's in and out right now.
Those are wondering, we are monitoring this line. This line is really the only area of concern right now of severe and tornado warnings. We are keeping tabs on some of these cells that are ahead of the line, but right now there are no warnings for any of those cells. So we're mainly focusing on this QLCS line where spin-up tornadoes could be a threat here.
Clayton says he is right underneath the wall cloud right now. From this is the tornado warned storm right now. He's directly underneath it. Oh wow, beautiful. Look at that.
Oh wow. Oh my.
Yeah, that is a wall cloud
guys,
for sure.
If there's a tornado,
It's
if there would be a tornado, it would be in that rain right there. That's your wall cloud right there.
Wow.
That's insane. Feel free to share this, guys, for anyone that's in the path of this cell here, just in case it would tighten up again and produce another tornado. Yeah, that's definitely a wall cloud, and right where you see all that gray mass is where you would most likely have rotating rain curtains, where if there would be a funnel cloud or a tornado, it would be hidden in that. So if there would be a tornado from this, it would most likely be rain wrapped.
Yeah, again, this is going to be in extreme northern Branch County. You just put the report out. Wall cloud visible to my southwest at Hayner Road and Burlington Road. Wall cloud is approximately 3 miles to my southwest. Time is 5:40. So this is heading directly for Burlington and Tekonsha right now as we speak. I believe he is looking straight east at it. I believe. Or south. I'm trying to gather my belongings here if he's looking south or east.
I'm gonna send that over to chat.
I don't have his volume for some reason. Oh, hold on.
You're out.
Actually, I think I know why. Alright, go ahead, Clayton, if you want to unmute.
I was gonna say, I was gonna try to get a screenshot of that wall cloud there. Can you take him? Can you turn his voice on, or is he trying to say something? Or
I think so. I have his voice on now if he wants to speak. I think he's repositioning though. Looks like he's getting caught up in the rain right now. He's going to reposition. So again, this is right near Tekonsha in extreme southern Calhoun County. Put the radar in the bottom of the corner. The only severe warnings in the state right now are Calhoun and Branch County. We have a tornado warning in extreme northern Branch County, which is where Clayton is currently at. You can see it still there. The little reds and the little greens still trying to mix together there. Bottom left of your screen. Reds and greens together like that is indicative of some rotation. Let's go ahead and check on our storms up here in the Grand Rapids area. Making sure there's nothing funky going on up here. Right now, not seeing anything that kind of catches my eye. Still that downburst ongoing here in Freeport, as well as perhaps heading towards Waverly. Otherwise, so far so good. We still have an elevated supercell rolling down 96. It went through Howell, but again, elevated is the key word here. It is not doing anything at the ground yet, but I'm sure it is you guys who are living over there probably have a nice shot of it up there in the atmosphere. Yeah, that's we're gonna be waiting on Clayton to see if he can reposition there for this storm that is rotating down there as it heads into extreme southern Calhoun County. Otherwise, that is your only tornado warned storm right now. Everything else is severe thunderstorm warned along this line for 60-mile-per-hour winds. You can see in the bottom left of your screen those orange boxes. That is for Branch and Calhoun County, as I just previously mentioned. Heading next into Jackson and Hillsdale County. You guys are up next for potential warnings here for those 60-mile-per-hour winds. As it stands, this tornado has already gone past Coldwater and Bronson. We're still watching. I'm going to have to go down to this radar again. Bear with me here from northern Indiana. the rest of this line for some gusty winds. But the strongest of this right now, if you're in Tekonsha, please be taking shelter, as well as Burlington. The time is now, as well as anywhere here in south central Calhoun County, eventually heading towards Marshall. So this would be pretty much heading straight up I-69 here, as well as US 27. So avoid that area if you can. Take radar full so you guys can see it. Again, no other severe warnings anywhere in the state right now besides Calhoun, Branch. Yeah, those are the only counties. Obviously, you have special weather statements for Allegan, Berry, and Eaton. Those are non-severe storms. If you're anywhere else, you're not in any sort of severe warning or any sort of danger right now. So good news there. We have Mike out there in Jackson right now heading towards this little cell popping up over Grass Lake. So we might have a view on that soon. I'm not sure. I see Tyler's out there as well. He is live. Okay. So we'll go ahead and put him in one of the slots up top. Go back to radar. Also put Clayton back up there as well since he's back in.
Just to let you guys know, we have 4 chasers that are still chasing this area of rotation as it enters northeast here towards the Tekonsha, I think I said that right, area. So we still have multiple eyes in the cell here, so they're repositioning right now to get better views.
Yep. I believe this tornado warning is about to get dropped. This is now pretty much over to Tekonsha right now, which is extreme southern Calhoun County. So I think we got Annie potentially joining back in as well. So I'll put her cam up there just in case she does want to come back in. We have some other storms starting to pop up right behind this Boeing segment here in the vicinity of the low, as Drew mentioned, in LaPorte County. Not expected to be severe, but it is going to be latching onto some leftover instability, so we'll keep an eye on them just in case there is a marginal risk for that later tonight. But the main threat right now is going to be these cells here across southern Michigan and over towards southeast Michigan. We're going to go click on the Detroit radar, by the way, right now and check these out. Not seeing a whole lot of convincing nature for these storms in Livingston County. Again, it's still elevated rotation, not mixing to the ground, so we'll proud to say that is good news there. Any of the other storms doing anything? The answer is really no. These are downpours. So we'll continue to focus here on Branch and Calhoun County. Put back down to the northern Indiana radar. So bear with us here as we flip through all of our sources. And our tornado warning has been dropped. Believe they are staying on it though. Chandler and Clayton are all on it. Still watching this weak rotation over by Quincy as well, heading for Quincy and maybe towards Allen here in extreme western Hillsdale County, eventually crossing this US 12 corridor between Quincy and Allen. I believe, speaking of Hillsdale County, I believe we have a special weather statement here coming in just a second. I'm going to go back and... Unless, Drew, do you have anything else to add right now?
Not really. I can look over radar. If you can get a screenshot of that perpetual CC drop and send it over to our chasers. A few of our chasers are going to be looking for some damage from that potential tornado that may have happened by the Madison area. So I don't know if you can do that, Joel, if you can go back and send that over to them. By any chance?
Yeah, give me a second here. I will see what I can do.
Okay.
Put it in our partner network chat, I believe.
So for those that are wondering for our chasers, a lot of our chasers are kind of struggling to keep up with this line because, as you guys can see, there's very heavy rainfall that's kind of present with this line. And like we kind of mentioned earlier on during our briefings, it's really dangerous to chase and drive in these storms when there's really heavy rainfall that can increase your the hydroplaning concerns. And these storms are kind of quickly moving off to the northeast. So a few of our chasers are going to go back and let us know if they have any damage. But we've had multiple reports from 2 of our chasers that they are fairly confident that they did see a tornado with their eyes. So we'll see what they get in terms of damage picks here shortly. But as of now, just have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Once again, mainly for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. There is a tornado possible tag with the make sure I say this right county. I need to work on my counties. I had them all right a year ago, and now I'm struggling to remember a few. Let's see here. I believe that is. Make sure I get this right. Calhoun County. Yeah. So Calhoun County has a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds and a tornado possible tonight. Main threat with this line and with any of these cells will be wind and spin up tornadoes. We're not really seeing any hail reports right now. Also been hearing a few rumors that there could have been a tornado by the Howell area. We haven't had any official pictures come in yet confirming that. So right now we can't really say that until we have proof of that.
Correct.
So we'll see what happens. If there was one, I'm sure we'll see a picture of it later on. But right now we're just focusing on what we currently know. We can't say that there is a tornado on the ground if we ourselves haven't seen a picture of it. So
the only tornado that has been confirmed today so far was from the tornado warning that happened around 1 o'clock in Macomb County that hit Fraser, Michigan. That is our 29th tornado of 2025 here on June 18th. And again, our record in 1 year is 39, set back in 1974. Oh, wow, we're getting a picture of that wall cloud into our Michigan weather reports group. I just approved it. Feel free to go check that out. Again, Michigan Weather Reports is our community page on Facebook. If you want to go follow it there, feel free to do that. Again, that was from earlier, around a half hour ago. But as it stands right now, no tornado confirmed from Howell. So good news there. This thunderstorm still showing some notching as it heads through Calhoun County, now closing in on Battle Creek and Marshall. Fairly weak right now. I like to see it like that. Definitely some gusty winds in there heading into Martin, Gun Lake, Hooper, as well as Milo Road and 3 Mile Road here north of Richland. Storms are heading towards Hastings still, although starting to get engulfed by the stratiform rain. It is special weather stated for gusty winds of 40 miles per hour. We are now in hour 2 here tonight of our severe weather coverage. I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzmo alongside Drew. It is 6:01 p.m. here Eastern Time. In the state of Michigan, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings out there. Another special weather statement coming in, the one that was mentioned. This is for Hillsdale County now. That is winds of 50 to 55 miles per hour, so it's about 5 miles per hour below severe limit, so it's basically still severe heading in through Hillsdale County right now. So Litchfield, Allen, Jonesville over you pretty much right now. Hillsdale, you got about 5-ish minutes or so. This is tracking right down US 12 as it stands. Thank you, Megan, for becoming a member for 7 months. I believe I've mentioned that. Rachel, 499 Super Chat. Small cell coming towards Battle Creek. Died off. Wanted to point it out before. No worries. Right now, Battle Creek is in that torrential downpour right now. No rotation at the current time in Battle Creek, so you guys are good there. Thank you, Care, as well, for sending 10 gifted memberships here on our YouTube channel. For those who are subscribed to our YouTube page, a lot of people donate 30-day memberships all the time here at Michigan Storm Chasers, so thank you, Care. Right now, it looks like all of our rotation has gone away, so thumbs up. Everyone, just take a nice deep breath, kind of reset yourselves here. Take a nice little stretch break. Get up and take a lap around the house. You can bring us, if you're watching on your phone, you can bring your phone with you. Take a little stretch myself here. Sitting in this chair all day. No. Feeling good right now. Again, nothing severe, too severe at the current time besides these 2 warnings in Branch and Calhoun County. At best, 60 mile per hour wind. So as long as you're sheltered inside away from any exterior walls, you guys are doing yourself a great service for yourself in terms of safety. Damage report of trees down in Athens, which is insane considering we launched our balloon there.
Does Clayton have some damage on his stream right there, Joel?
It looks like it.
Let's see if we can pull him up. Yeah, it looks like damage. He's outside of his vehicle right now.
Okay, well, we'll take him
I'll
live.
look to see if he has his dot on here. Yeah, so he is right. He's just south, just north of Girard, and south of, let's see here,
Wow, that's
east of Union City.
that's a lot of damage.
Oh, wow. Trying to look through. It's a little blurry, so yeah, that's a lot of damage there. And that was right where that area of rotation tracked right over. So this is most likely either tornado damage or heavy or RFD damage.
Yeah, his dot right now is right outside of Tekonsha, right by the exit for I-69. Go ahead and send that in. Yeah, that is Tekonsha right now.
Yeah.
What you're seeing on your screen. So that is some heavy tree damage there across the road. That is from, so if you guys remember here earlier, a couple minutes ago, when Clayton had that view of that wall cloud, he was looking right into that wall cloud kind of right as it was heading up towards Tekonsha. Once he turned around, you could notice how that wind was starting to pick up, and that's likely what could be some very gusty winds. Perhaps maybe even a brief weak tornado, given how much tree damage we're seeing on our screen here. Still a lot of pixels there, kind of hard to tell, or kind of hard to see for sure how much tree damage is there, but it looks like the road is fairly blocked. Jana G, $20 super chat. You really gave me comfort knowing what is coming or not coming. It is great. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your support as well. Hopefully you have been able to get the information you need tonight so far. Looking at our radar here real quick, I'm going to flip it back. You can see it's pretty much just one Boeing segment right now. We still have the strong thunderstorm with upper level rotation pretty much rolling straight down M59 towards Milford right now. This is entering Oakland County. Not severe, but has had a history of producing a wall cloud. Otherwise, the main concern right now is up and down this line. There's also a little bit of funkiness going on here near Martin still, in terms of perhaps some downburst winds. Watching, especially within the vicinity of the low pressure here, if there's going to be something sneaky that could spin up, moving from south to north, pretty much right up 131. Jenny, $20 super chat. Kendallville, Indiana, heading towards Hillsdale County. Can we touch on that? Yeah, right now, as it enters into Hillsdale County, right now the main hazard is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is special weather statemented for 55, but I would not be surprised if it is mixing to 60 as well as it heads right into Jonesville primarily right now. Hillsdale as well, but it looks like the heaviest of the winds are just to the north. Mainly in Litchfield. Let us know if you're in this area of the state, Litchfield, Jonesville. Again, thank you for your support, as well as Nicole, $5 super chat, saying, I appreciate you guys very much. I camp in Branch County. I live in Toledo. So when you're on, I am zoomed into your channel. Thank you for that comment and the super chat, Nicole. You are appreciated as well, and hopefully been able to stay safe tonight as well.
So for those that are wondering, line is kind of slowly weakening more in Michigan, but we are keeping an eye for southeast Michigan. We still have more storms along that line in northwest Ohio, northeast Indiana that are severe. They're on track for southeast Michigan. So we are keeping tabs on those line excuse me, that line of storms right there as well. So could have some more severe weather potential coming up here shortly. But right now, we're just kind of seeing damaging winds right now. We're not really seeing any tight areas of rotation like we were a little while ago.
Looks like Clayton's on the move. Looks like he's made it through. Tree damage there.
Probably was clearing up that road.
Yeah.
That's one job, our chasers always do is if they ever encounter damage, to clear up the road if they can, help out the community. Really appreciate that. So our chasers really did a great job today in terms of intercepting that tornado warning cell. They did it safely and provided you guys with a lot of details. So huge shout out to all of our chasers today for really showing up today. I believe Chandler is also getting in position to see if there's any damage as well. Trying to scan social media to see if there's any pictures incoming.
Mm-hmm. Thunderstorm warning has been trimmed from the Tekonsha area as well as Athens. You guys are no longer in that severe thunderstorm warning. Marshall, Albion's still in it up towards Springport. Jackson County not in any sort of warning right now, but I would not be surprised if there's at least a statement coming your way given what we're seeing out there. Looks like there's somewhat of a hail core out there right now as well. Pretty much traveling between Homer and Concord along M60 there, perhaps even the southern part of M99 south of Albion. And again, as Drew mentioned here, we are watching this line of storms in Williams County, Ohio. So it's the very northwest corner of Ohio here. This is heading more towards Lenawee County in the hour to come. We're getting some more reports of some damage down here in the Burr Oak area. Likely what could have been a brief tornado on the ground earlier. As it stands right now, the highest active alert on the bottom of your screen is a severe thunderstorm warning. As it stands, not a whole lot going on out there right now in terms of severe warnings. Just those two, Branch and Calhoun, still. Kind of a little repetitive, of course. And we'll go ahead and take a peek at the cell that's heading into Oakland County. It's pretty close
We have
to.
a new special weather statement. So it looks like the National Weather Service for GR is continuing with a special weather statement instead of a severe thunderstorm warning for that line up by Eaton, Ingham counties, as well as Jackson County.
Gotcha. Yep. There it is. So this is, as you mentioned, Eaton, Ingham, and Jackson. So the cities of Jackson, Lansing, Charlotte, Mason, Eaton Rapids, Grand Ledge, Potterville, Leslie, Bellevue, Stockbridge, Grass Lake, Vandercook Lake, Leoni, Spring Arbor, Sandstone, Aurelius, Onondaga, Bunker Hill, Pulaski, and Olivet. This is for 50 mile per hour wind, 50 mile per hour winds moving northeast at 50 as well. And it is radar indicated.
The Branch County severe thunderstorm warning is now canceled, so we only have one severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun County. And from the looks of it, National Weather Service is most likely not going to have a severe thunderstorm warning since they have the special weather statement out in effect here. So as of now, we're not really seeing anything too concerning at this moment. Also noticing that a lot of those kind of cells that kind of formed to have that line have kind of fallen apart for the most part, Joel.
Yeah.
Or have kind of become one with the line.
Indeed. And that is because it really started to cloud over once that rain shield took over. So again, with the clouds, that prevents any more fuel to be added to the atmosphere. So there you go. There's your explanation right there. Again, all those cells are starting to kind of fall apart. We'll pretty much congeal into one line as we continue throughout the evening as well. So thankfully right now, besides maybe 2 tornadoes today so far, it's been pretty stress-free for everybody. Severe thunderstorm warning for Branch has been canceled. The only one remaining here is Calhoun County. So this heads up towards the Charlotte and Lansing area. I'm actually going to see if I can bring our cameras in here. Our Charlotte cam.
I believe as of now we have both Nick and Chandler surveying the damage that's down there, so we'll probably have some images from them here shortly, and we'll be able to get those up to you guys here soon.
And all of our photo posts, text posts can be found on our Facebook page if you haven't followed us there. Join the, I think it's 425,000 followers on Facebook, Michigan Storm Chasers with the blue verification mark. Feel free to follow us there. Vice versa, if you haven't followed us, or sorry, subscribed to us on YouTube, our YouTube channel is MI Storm Chasers or Michigan Storm Chasers. You can search either. And we are here streaming on YouTube. The best streaming experience, of course, as always, is going to be found here on YouTube with the most active chats. As well as if you send a super chat, we will read it off for you guys, so that is always an option. When we are, of course, not busy, which we'll be able to do here in just a second. But yeah, feel free to follow us there on Facebook and on YouTube, depending on what platform you're watching on currently. Follow us on the other one. Welcome to the team, Carly, for becoming an EF0 member. Appreciate you, as well as Brittany for the $1.99 super chat here earlier. Michelle Ann for becoming an EF1 member. Thank you all very much. And Clips back with a $4.99 super chat. What are the chances of a thunderstorm watch being upgraded to some sort of warning in southeast Michigan? Right now it's probably just underneath a 50% chance. Again, this line is supposed to stay together for much of the state. Again, if you looked at our severe weather outlook earlier today, it was in the orange zone, a 25 to 40% chance that any storm that you experience would have the probability to produce damaging winds. So if you think about it the other way, it's a 60 to 75% chance that you don't see severe winds, if that makes any sense. I'll go ahead and pull Charlotte here full.
I will note, Joel, I would say for anyone that's wondering, Southwest Michigan, I would say you'd be out for Talk here. Anyone in Southwest Michigan, I would say you're all in the all clear here. Not really seeing any leftover instability. Probably will just get leftover rain showers. I will note, Joel, though, right by the Wayland area, there does seem to be some very weak rotation. Nothing too concerning, but I'm kind of noticing a little bit of I don't know if you see it too, just south of the GR radar.
Yeah, right where that mesovortice is at right now. Not seeing anything in terms of debris, but that is some funkiness that we will keep an eye on for sure. Again, those reds and greens close together like that, usually a sign of, well, it is a sign of winds moving together and apart from each other in a very close distance. So this is relatively weak rotation, I would imagine, but again, it's in the vicinity of that bookend vortex, which is the very top end of this entire Boeing segment where the winds kind of wrap around into the backside.
Reading some more pictures. We got a picture from Morgan of some tree damage. Pretty large tree too.
Ooh, we do have a new warning coming in for Ingham and Jackson. See it pop in here in just a second.
Hasn't popped over my end yet.
Just popped up on the
There
screen.
it is, Jackson County. So there is enough confidence here in the National Weather Service to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County and for, I believe that, Ingham County as well, for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as a tornado possible tag again.
There you go.
Get that up on the page here.
Yep. So Jackson, southeastern Ingham till 7:15. 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible for following cities of Jackson, Mason, Williamston, Leslie, Stockbridge, Grass Lake, Vandercook Lake, Leoni, Spring Arbor, Napoleon, Sandstone, Onondaga, Bunker Hill, Weberville, Concord, Horton, Springport, Parma, Dansville, and Eden. For your protection, move to the most interior room on the lowest floor of a building or basement. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. And no hail possible with this storm, although I would imagine it's at least some P's in there with how pink the base reflectivity is. I do not really have a good velocity scan of this down here. See if I can find a better storm motion vector here. 230 at 38. That did not work. There we go. Yeah, I mean, there's some reds and greens in there, but it's not too incredibly bright. It's a good precautionary measure. There's also, if anything, there's a nice little batch of gusty winds moving through Olivet right now. This is going to be heading right for our Charlotte cam, which I do have pulled up on the side here. If I see anything, I'll pull it in. Again, we do have a network of live cameras around the state. Right now we have about 8 or 9 of them. We're looking to get more. So if you do have a nice open area and want to sponsor a camera, feel free to contact us at contact at michiganstormchasers.com. That is our business contact email. See if we can get Mike back in here. He does not have a view on it. All right. About Tyler. Tyler does not have a view on it either. And a new warning coming in for Lenawee as well.
Looks like it could be possible tour tag. Here, actually just popped up my end here. Nope, just for 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail less than an inch. And that is for Lenawee County, the whole county. So 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one for Jackson and Ingham County, and the other one for Lenawee County. Tornado possible tag for Jackson and Ingham County one, and just for 60-mile-per-hour winds for the Lenawee County one.
So for Lenawee County, it'll be near Morenci around 6:35, Hudson around 6:40, Clayton 6:45, Adrian 6:50, Tekonsha, Blissfield 7 o'clock, Clinton, Deerfield, Britain 7:05. Other locations impacted include Manitou Beach, Devil's Lake, Seneca, Lime Creek, Macon, Munson. Just to name a few here, obviously it's the entirety of Lenawee County, so if you know you live anywhere in Lenawee County, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning for these 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still watching some gusty winds here moving in through Middleville, straight north, heading towards Caledonia here soon. Not seeing anything that's suspicious in terms of tornadoes, so we're going to hopefully keep it that way. I wonder how this looks with the Detroit radar. Let's take a look.
So it looks a lot worse via the Detroit radar, but
Yeah.
I think it's further away though.
Yep. So it does have 60-mile-per-hour winds at 4,700 feet off the ground. Again, where you see these bright blues and whites, those are your heavy winds of 60 miles per hour and higher. But again, it looks like it's all elevated above the ground right now. We're going to go ahead and I want to flip it over here to our Charlotte cam. This is the storm as it's rolling in, pretty much right up 69 right now. Not any warning for Eaton County, but this is kind of where that notching is somewhat taking place that we saw previously, or at least where we saw a gusty wind coming in. So again, this is Charlotte. See it moving in there on the left side of your screen. That is southwest. Looks like it's surging forward a little bit more. There on the left side of the screen. You see that, Drew?
Yeah.
This is at the Charlotte Fire Department. I believe it's on the west side of town there.
For those that did not know, last time we had this cam, was during the May 15th event, and we actually caught a tornado through this cam
Yep.
last time. So these cams have really come in help. Have been really helpful for us. So
Yeah, we're looking to put up more. So again, if you have any good locations out there, primarily looking right now in West Michigan. We really don't have any West Michigan cameras besides Ionia. So if you have any West Michigan cam spots, again, feel free to reach out. Yeah, I'm looking at radar behind the scenes right now, and there's at best probably 40, maybe 50 mile per hour winds happening all up and down this line. Even though there are severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for 60, it just looks a little too elevated for my liking right now in terms of actually mixing to the ground. And there is the rain curtain. You can see that moving in the left side of the screen as well. Go ahead and shout out some of our other super chats here while we have a moment, and this rain starts to push in very quickly here at the Charlotte Fire Department. Shout out to Lindsay, Wendy, and BF for becoming EF0 members, and Amy for becoming an EF2 member. IceWeb 49 super chat, hopping on what does it look like for tonight for Battle Creek, Galesburg, and Remus areas. Those are multiple different locations there. As of right now, it looks like Battle Creek is in the clear, as well as Kalamazoo and Galesburg, so you guys should be good for tonight. Remus. We'll have to see, but definitely Battle Creek and Galesburg for sure. Just MC and Amber Wade, welcome to our team as well, becoming EF1, EF0 members. And J Mommy for for sending 5 gifted memberships here for our subscribers on YouTube. Thank you guys very much. So we'll go ahead and flip it back to the radar here, as this rain curtain now engulfs the camera. It makes it kind of hard to see. But we're kind of looking for structure there. And I will keep it up on my alternate monitor here, just to keep an eye on it. But switching back to the radar, you can see where the bright greens here are on radar. This is velocity. Is gusting forward towards the radar site at probably 30 to 40 miles per hour, so non-severe winds, still strong. Those winds there directly over Charlotte right now, directly over the camera. I can see the rain curtains moving on the ground pretty quickly. Traffic lights are starting to sway as well. I'll keep an eye on that. Oh wait, yeah, I'll switch it back here real quick.
Joe, look by the Wayland area.
Yeah, I've been watching that.
Okay.
Middleville specifically.
Looks a little sus.
Yeah. Go back to the radar once again. So this is what we're talking about right here. The reds and the greens close together like that in the vicinity of the low. Heading up towards Caledonia right now. Kent County really can't catch a break this year. Let's hope that fizzles out here really quickly. That does not turn into anything. Moving further down the line here. Winds are starting to gust out a little quicker now, heading in towards I believe it's Rives Junction and Leslie. Oh, just had big lightning on the Charlotte cam. So heads up if you're out there today. Again, lightning is a threat. And flooding, of course, is as well. We're going to go ahead and keep an eye on this one right here in Middleville. Nothing in Wayland. It's pretty much off to your east right now. Midville, Caledonia, though, keep an eye out for. That's really it right now, Drew, unless you're seeing something else that I'm missing.
Yeah, no, I think you covered it. Just trying to get a few images ready here for the page.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, behind the scenes here at MSC, he's not part of our page, but someone got a drone footage of what most likely was a tornado. After viewing it, we cannot show it to you guys, but it definitely looks very suspicious and conducive of a tornado, and that was right over the areas that we were mentioning before where that tornado warning cell. So just wanted to mention that.
Would that be Burr Oak or whatever?
Yeah. You could see it in our CPN chat, Joel.
Gotcha. Latest scan for Caledonia Middleville has fizzled out a little bit. So good news there. Still looks pretty impressive in terms of your general reflectivity. Those very heavy rains out there indicated by those reds and pinks on radar. So good rainy night out there nonetheless. Flash flooding is a concern tonight if these cells do train over some of the same locations, primarily in the center of the low. So where this low will kind of stall out here across portions of Michigan, central and west Michigan, is something to watch as we go into the overnight hours into early tomorrow. 2 inches of rain, maybe more. Thunderstorm warnings extend all the way down into Kentucky today, and even a couple down there in Tennessee as well. Outside of state, also a tornado warning ongoing over there in Atwater, Ohio. Kind of one of those prefrontal cells, as we mentioned here in Michigan, that we were imagined we were going to see here today. We did see some prefrontals, and they did not quite live up to their fruition, which is a very good thing, and we'll take that any day of the week. Other than that quick mesoscale accident that we saw in Macomb County, where a tornado has been confirmed earlier today around 1 o'clock from Fraser. Again, that was our 29th tornado of 2025 in the state of Michigan. We do have a TikTok, yes. Our TikTok username is @MIStormchasers. Feel free to go follow us there. Some of our lesser known accounts are TikTok. We also have a Threads account. If you have a Threads account, it's also @MIStormchasers. We're also on Instagram as well, same username there. Notice a cell popping up now here, Manchester area. Kind of has a little bit of a bean shape to it, indicative of some rotation, but it's not strong at all. So good news there. Still gusty winds moving through Jackson at an elevated level through Jackson and Rise Junction right now. Not entirely sure if that's mixing to the ground, but these cloud tops are actually honestly fairly low. They could be a lot higher. It looks like they are not as high. So a sign that these storms are likely starting to kind of wind down for the evening, but we are keeping an eye on it. It also looks like, for those watching in Jackson, do you guys have any hail right now? CC appears to be picking up on a little bit of a cluttered mess over downtown Jackson, so I would not be surprised if there's any sort of hail falling across the region. Probably small, but it's probably hail nonetheless. Let us know. Keep an eye on chat here. Okay, thank you, Josh. C Roses, thank you for becoming a member for month number 10 here, saying thank you for all you guys do. No problem. Welcome to the channel, Todd, EF0 member there. As well as Laura for becoming a member for half a year. Think we are going to break the record tonight? Question mark. The answer is probably not at this point. We did have probably 2, maybe 3 tornadoes today, which would bump our count to over 30. So there's that. Again, our record is 39, so it's likely we won't get that tonight unless things really go haywire here in the next couple hours. But as it stands right now, we're looking okay in terms of not breaking that record for tornadoes. And also, thank you for gifting 5 memberships here for our YouTube subscribers. Crystal with a $2 super chat. As the storms move north, are they likely to weaken? The answer there is yes, especially if they get north of the warm front. There's not much energy left available north of the warm front. Spin will kind of still be there, so you could see some QLCS action, again, quasi-linear convective system action, where you could see brief, weak tornadoes. But general consensus is once you get really north of 96, 69, that's when the instability really starts to taper off. And that really is going to result in just mainly rain over storms. Yeah, it looks like these winds are fairly elevated. I see you guys are chatting here from Jackson. Not any hail. No hail, Vandercook. Sweet, thank you.
Just going to mention this now. If you guys have any reports of damage with any of these severe thunderstorm warnings or with that tornado warning by Burr Oak, feel free to send those over to our Michigan Weather Report page, as well as in our Discord page as well. That could really help with not just us, but also the National Weather Service of Grand Rapids as well.
I will say, try to keep, if you are posting in the Michigan Weather Reports page, keep it to damage reports specifically. I know if you have cloud photos, those are great. However, we would like to see mainly damage reports. If you do have cloud photos, we have another community called the Michigan Storm Community on Facebook where you can kind of send your cloud photos. Again, we love them, but it's not a damage report, so as long as it's not a damage report, that helps keep the clutter out of our reports page so we can actually sift through some of the reports that are actually critical for reporting back to the National Weather Service, because we are in direct communications with the National Weather Services across the state. Drew, it looks like our severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed for Jackson County. Springport no longer in it, as well as Concord.
Yes.
A little short while ago, Iceweb 199 super chat. Just had my lights flicker in Battle Creek. Thank you for that report. Heather Feather 499 super chat saying thanks MSC for being our eye in the sky. No problem. Happy to be here for you.
I think we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Hillsdale County, Joel.
We do.
Popped up on my end.
That is one funky. That is one funky box.
Yeah, it is.
It's a nice L-shaped box. We also have a new warning coming in for Washtenaw and Livingston. So first off is this warning coming in for Hillsdale right now. Southwestern Hillsdale, as well as Eastern Williams and Fulton County, northwestern Ohio. This is in effect until 7:30 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We'll expect damage to roof siding and trees there. So this is this nice little segment moving into Hudson right now. Potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds if it is mixing to the ground. We have a new warning popping in here in just a moment for Washtenaw. Waiting for the orange box to pop on here. Tyler with a $5 super chat. Just got home with my girls from daycare, so looking back to the Sparta area, looking like the concerted stayed south, just checking in. Yeah, Tyler. It looks like you guys are in the clear. That bookend vortex there on the north side there near Caledonia Midville, not likely to get up your way. We'll keep an eye on it for you just in case. But right now, as it stands, looks like you guys are good in Sparta. Thank you, Mrs. C, for your first super chat. $10 super chat there. As well as Leanne for a $1.99 super chat. And Icewood with a $1.99 super chat again. Is it over Battle Creek? I would say at this point, yes. You guys are good in Battle Creek. Pacify with a $9.99 super chat as well, saying thanks as always for all the hard work. No problem. One of our longtime members here as well. Here is your new severe thunderstorm warning popping in on your screen there in the orange box. Respect the polygon. If you know you're inside of this orange box, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service in Detroit Pontiac has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for Livingston and Washtenaw County until 8 p.m. At 6:43, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Grand Ledge to near Leslie to near Grass Lake, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. 6-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Radar indicated with this storm, no tornado possible. With this one, that is a good sign there. Just winds. Kind of an extension of that Jackson County storm here. This storm will be near Fowlerville and Gregory around 7. Pinckney around 7:05. Howell 7:10. Choctaw, Oak Grove 7:15. Brighton is 7:20. And Heartland at 7:25 p.m. Other locations impacted include Plainfield there in southeast Michigan. Not the one in the Grand Rapids area, but we also have Hudson Mills, Metro Park, Island Lake State Recreation Area, Bridgewater, Delhi Mills, Pleasant Lake, Barton Hills, Pinckney State Recreation Area, Conway Township, and Parker's Corners. So that is your new severe thunderstorm warning there for Livingston and Washtenaw. Kind of cuts right through Ann Arbor.
Joel, you must be cutting in and out a little bit with your audio.
Try reloading your page. It's good on my end. It looks like half the people are saying it's good, half the people are saying it's not. So feel free to reload the page. See if that works. Because I didn't touch anything this time. It was not me. Fixed mine too by reopening the YouTube app. Perfect.
So like Joel was mentioning, damaging winds are the main threat for eastern Michigan. Maybe an isolated spin up as well, but that's slowly decreasing as time has gone by here. I've been mostly busy here, looking at reports here and getting those up to the page. So sorry about me being quiet a little bit here recently, but we're busy trying to communicate with the chasers as well as relaying storm damage as well. So
you're not forgiven. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, Drew's got a busy job behind the scenes, keeping up with the posts on the page. Again, we are the Michigan Storm Chasers. We have over 425,000 of you guys following us now on Facebook. On the way to 500K. Thank you guys very much for following us. We are also on the way to 100K here on YouTube. So if you are on Facebook only and want to follow us on YouTube, feel free to do that. Overall streaming experience is better on YouTube, especially if we hit the 8-hour time limit here. It will cut off automatically once we hit the 8-hour time limit. I don't believe we're going to get to the 8-hour time limit tonight. But in the event that if we did, it would cut out on Facebook, and it would be just YouTube, Twitch, and X. So we'd have to find a spot once that happens to cut the stream and then come back in if possible, which in the heat of the moment is hard to do.
I will say, Joe, we'll have to keep an eye on those cells by Ann Arbor, see if they merge in with that line and do anything funky.
Yeah.
Now it's not concerning now, but
I'm going to go back up to the Grand Rapids area real quick, just look at the bookend vortex again, just to see what's going on up here. And thankfully, fingers
pretty weak.
crossed. Yeah, there's maybe a downburst happening near Clarksville right now, between Clarksville and Lake Odessa, but other than that, it's kind of embedded within this rain here, and it's not really doing much. Now, what is very interesting, very kind of cool to see are these stationary thunder showers within the stratiform rain. So you can see all of the rain around it is moving very quickly off to the northeast, caught up in the jet stream at the mid-levels, and you have these lower surface-based storms that are just kind of sitting over the same location here in portions of Montcalm County and Newaygo County. Literally just sitting there. Just really interesting to watch and see. But that is what happens when you have a warm front and a low pressure system pretty close together. These storms are going to kind of stall, sit here, and then eventually move out. As the day turns into night here, we go into tomorrow morning, and then that low pressure will move out by midday tomorrow. Thank you, Claude, for the $1.99 super chat, asking what software do we use for radar. It's GR2, Gibson Ridge Analyst. It's a good radar for your PC. A one-time payment of, I believe it's $250. But as you can see, it is well worth it. It shows a lot of different products here on your screen. Mandy with a very nice $5 super chat here. Very nice comment. Thank you, Mandy. Saying, y'all are a real asset in the state. You're very much appreciated. Thank you very much. It is a taxing time to be live for multiple hours on end. But we do it all for you guys, and we can't do it without your support, so thank you for your super chats, liking the stream, sharing the stream, whatever you do to get it out to your fellow Michiganders. Again, we love what we do here, making sure you guys are safe first and foremost before the severe weather does hit. For these severe warnings that you see on your screen, if you're living in Oakland and Wayne County as well as Monroe County, you still have some time here. So you can see these storms are rolling your way with 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. So prepare accordingly, as well as extreme eastern Washtenaw County, which is not in that warning box, as you can see here on your screen. So if you are in Ypsi, Dixboro, Whitaker, and Milan, not in the warning, but if you're in Saline, Ann Arbor, Barton Hills, Whitmore Lake, you are. Again, that orange box kind of splits right down the middle of you guys. So respect the polygon, take shelter inside into your room, away from any exterior walls that might have trees that could fall toward them. Thank you for the $2 super chats from Parker and Dan here. Thank you, Mrs. C, for sending a gifted membership here on YouTube. Welcome to the team, Mandy and Mary, as EF0 members. Crystal asking with a $5 super chat. This applies to a lot of you guys here in the chat as well. After this line passes, all in the clear, Eaton County specifically. The answer is yes. Once you see this line here on your screen move through, so right through the center here, kind of curves back into the Grand Rapids area. So Grand Rapids over to Ionia, down to Clinton County and Lansing, and all the way it turns and goes straight south, down through Lenawee and Jackson County. If you're behind that on the west side, that is just going to be rain, some thunder and lightning, just some normal showers here. Perhaps some gusty winds picking back up, non-severe thunderstorm winds. So it could get randomly gusty, and that is because of the low pressure system actually moving through your area. You guys are in the center of it, I guess. It's kind of like a mini hurricane almost. Again, all low pressures do have a central point, and those are usually where those winds are the strongest, and then the calmest, of course. Can we get a hurricane today? No. But the winds could get gusty on the backside of this rain up to 40, maybe 45 mile per hour gust. You look like you have something to say, Drew.
Not really. Yeah, main areas that we're watching are southeast Michigan for any severe weather potential. And mainly it would be for damaging winds. However, an isolated spin-up tornado can't be fully ruled out. And yeah, kind of like what Joel mentioned, it's going to be really just southeast Michigan, perhaps the thumb that could see severe weather. But for portions of south central Michigan as well as southwest Michigan and west Michigan, especially west of the US 131, you guys are in the all clear. You'll just be getting most likely rain between now and the overnight time frame. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you right here. We do have what could be tornado genesis starting to happen here near Dansville, actually. I just noticed this from the Grand Rapids radar. Click it over to the Detroit radar, and you can see there's your reds and greens closing in together. That is actually quite a large area of rotation here, Drew, in the last scan or two.
Oh, yeah, that's...
So if you are in the M36 corridor between Dansville and where M36 turns into, I believe this is, M52. So M52, M36, that intersection over to Dansville, you have some rotation heading up your way. I'd likely see a tornado warning here soon, I would imagine. Again, this is going to be GRR jurisdiction out of Grand Rapids. That is on the north side of that little segment there. Interesting spot. Oh yeah, latest scan, look at that. Take cover now.
Is there a CC drop? Not yet.
Can you check consumers energy for me?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Again, we are watching what could be the early signs, or these are the early signs of tornado genesis. Again, tornado genesis is the process of a tornado spinning up. Again, if you are having audio issues right now, if I'm cutting out, feel free to refresh your stream. It seems like that was the way to get things to work. So, kind of swipe out of the app, swipe, come back in. It should fix it. Again, I'm not touching my microphone. But there you go. Again, there is some very bright reds and bright greens here, right just south of Dansville right now. Waiting for CC here. Thankfully, we're not seeing any blues and greens yet, but this could change in the next scan.
Not seeing anything on consumers' energy right now, Joel.
Okay.
There's a small pocket of 1 to 50 people without power just southwest of Bunker Hill, but that would be it. We do have some power outages by Pleasant Lake. We got a fair share of people without power there. Looking further back with this line, we've had a fair amount of people without power, over 1,000 customers in the Colon, Michigan area without power, as well as just northwest of Athens and north of Quincy, kind of just scattered throughout that area, right where we had that tornado warning cell. I would also note too, Joel, that cell continues to have tight rotation east of Dansville that is outside of consumers' energy.
Gotcha. So that'd be DTE probably.
Yeah. That's quite concerning. If I would be living in Dansville, Plainfield, Millville, I would be taking shelter, because that's some pretty tight rotation right there.
See if we have any of our chasers live out there. I know Mike's out there right now. We have him live. Tyler is live as well. Okay. That is still trying to increase. In fact, I am starting to see a CC drop a little bit now on the latest scan. Semi-displaced. But if I were in this area, I'd be taking shelter. Again, if this is going to continue its current track,
It would be kind of off to the northeast, so it would be on a collision course for potentially Fowlerville, somewhere between Fowlerville and Howell, as it would cross into Livingston County. If it does occlude, though, it's going to take more of a left turn. As tornadoes do occlude, they do make left turns, so it would be right heading for Fowlerville, maybe between Fowlerville and Weberville. So it's kind of that between Weberville and Howell area right now as it stands. So yeah, this is what's likely tornado genesis ongoing, about to head right up the M52 corridor and eventually heading towards 96 corridor between Weberville and Howell. It seems, Drew, like this area cannot stop getting these rotational storms over and over again over the last couple of years.
Yeah, no kidding. Bit of history of tornadoes and areas of concern around that region.
Yeah. Real quick, Stacy, welcome to, thank you for upgrading your membership. Thank you for becoming part of the team, Samantha. Aaron asking about Montcalm County. You guys are good. Should be good for the rest of the night. We are keeping an eye on these more stationary storms near the bookend vortex, but right now, you guys should be good. So Montcalm County, you guys should be rather good for the night.
I'm really curious what this next scan's going to be here.
Yeah. Looks like the CC has gone away.
Okay.
Good news there. Severe thunderstorm warning trimmed. Jackson, Rise Junction, Leslie, Parma no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. And there you go. Tornado warning has been issued. Bottom of the screen, tornado warning. Ingham County, radar indicated. About to see that pop in here in just a second. Feel free to get that graphic up as soon as it pops in, Drew.
Yep.
I'm assuming you probably posted a radar update.
Oh, Joel.
Yeah.
Yep, power outages. We have a huge surge here right by Dansville. Over 1,000 customers just loaded in right now.
Okay.
So whether it's tornadic damage or RFD damage, we do have people losing power right in the Dansville area.
We'll alert our chasers there. We have a couple out there. We have Tyler and Mike in the area. That is a very small tornado warning box popping in, but that is needed for, you can see on your screen, the reds and greens close together like that. That is a sign of from some stronger rotation, probably some of the strongest we've seen today, besides what we saw near Burr Oak. So the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a tornado warning for east central Ingham County and south central Michigan until 7:30 p.m. At 7:01, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles north of Stockbridge or 10 miles southwest of Fowlerville, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is a tornado, radar indicated. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught outside without shelter. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of east central Ingham County. This is a tornado warning, radar indicated, for east central Ingham County until 7:30 p.m. Current track pushes it off between Fowlerville and Howell, likely closer to 7:30, 8 o'clock. See that right in the center of your screen, right where those reds and greens come together. It's pretty much right where I said, Drew, M36 at M52, that intersection there. That's right where it's going to be passing over.
Scan coming in.
Go back and check on, well, that's loading in there. The rest of the state here on the west side, and right now,
Joel, you said DTX. What's the power outage service out there? By Detroit?
DTE.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Watching perhaps a little bit of brief rotation kind of embedded within the line heading up towards Ionia. It's very broad and weak, so not really anything there. Again, you can see from the Grand Rapids radar how intense this is in the upper levels. So please, if you are in East Central Ingham County, just north of Stockbridge right now, you should be taking shelter lowest floor of an interior room. A basement's obviously going to be your number one option, as well as a storm shelter, as this storm does roll up into extreme western Livingston County here soon. It's about 2 miles away from the county line.
Not seeing any power outages through DTE right now. And that would be right where that rotation is at as of now. We'll see if that stays. But yeah, once again, over 1,000 people without power right around the downtown Dansville region. Yeah, 1,332 people lost without power. And that was at 6:58 p.m.
So yeah, that was right when we saw that CC spike. So it could have been on the ground for just a brief minute there. Again, this is between Weberville. This is on M52 between Weberville and Stockbridge. If you are in this area, please be taking shelter. It's radar indicated. It's the lowest level of tornado warning you can get, but it's a tornado warning nonetheless. If you are in these boxes, inside of these red and orange boxes, the tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings, you should be taking shelter immediately. As again, a tornado is either on the ground or could be very shortly underneath this area where the reds and greens come close together like that. That is, again, probably some of the strongest rotation we've seen all night. So keep that in mind. It looks like it is in the latest scan starting to broaden out just a little bit. Sirens in Fowlerville sounds good. It's probably good because this is heading their way.
Joel, Annie might be on right now. She said she has some good structure.
Okay.
Like, check that quick.
Yep. Oh, yep. There you go. Go ahead and put her in the bottom left corner here.
And she is in Lodi Township right now.
I would like to draw attention to an update to our severe thunderstorm warning here. I believe this severe thunderstorm warning for Livingston and Washtenaw has just been upgraded, Drew, to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is a level 2 of 3 severe thunderstorm warning. And I imagine it's going to probably be for 70 mile per hour winds. I don't know what else it could be for.
Yeah. I would assume it'd be with that area of rotation, because even if there isn't a tornado, that's some pretty strong RFD right there.
Oh, yeah. Yep, absolutely.
Trying to refresh DTE here. Not seeing any new outages yet.
Yep, there you go. That orange box now has a red outline around it. It is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings have tiers to them. No matter what, if you're in any sort of warning, you should be taking shelter. But for us, meteorologists behind the scene and weather enthusiasts alike, we look to see how intense these warnings are getting. Again, this is now a level 2 of 3 severe thunderstorm warning for Livingston and Washtenaw counties. For 70 mile per hour winds, these storms are moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a considerable threat. Radar indicates 70 mile per hour winds, and a tornado obviously possible underneath that little hook area. So Annie is, since she's in the Ann Arbor area. Lodi Township, got it, okay. It's still surging forward here across and into Livingston County. This is actually heading on a beeline for, I want to say, Howell right now. The way it's tracking a little bit further east. So if you're in Howell, definitely be taking shelter, as well as Fowlerville. Anywhere up and down 96 between Fowlerville down to Howell. Charleston, I would just be taking shelter just in case. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible this storm, as well as Brighton. It's going to be a little further away from this rotation, but still 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible really anywhere in Livingston County right now, all the way down in through Washtenaw County. Yeah, right now the only spot there would be a tornado is Ingham County. Anywhere else, not really likely right now. Curious to see if they extend this tornado warning into Livingston County, if they're just going to continue with the considerable. It does look a little bit broad now, but there are still reds and greens very close to each other, so I would not be surprised if they do it out of precaution. Speaking of our tornado warnings, it has just been allowed to be canceled early, as it has crossed into Livingston County. So if you know anyone living in central Livingston County right now, actually the latest scan continues the brighter blues. I would imagine these are some gnarly winds directly over Iosco Road at Bull Run Road, moving right down Lang Road, Crowfoot Road, as well as the Mason Road area, all heading towards Howell. So again, if this is not a tornado on the ground, that is some very nasty winds. These blue pixels right here in the center show 70 to 75 miles per hour at about 2,000 feet off the ground. So that's getting kind of close to the ground now. Some of that's probably mixing down, and that is why they went ahead and pulled the trigger on a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for these two counties. I would imagine 70-mile-per-hour winds not as likely down towards Washtenaw County. It's probably just for this area in Livingston, but nonetheless, you don't want to, take your chances, take shelter immediately if you are in these orange boxes you see on your screen. Again, there's still a severe thunderstorm warning in effect down here for Lenawee County for 60-mile-per-hour winds until 7:45 as well. So another half hour there for the entirety of Lenawee County. You can see some very heavy rain moving through right now. Very kind of jagged as well. It kind of goes all up and down this line. Kind of looks like a big snake. Goes up and then goes east and then goes up north and then goes west and then goes north again. So a lot of turbulence out there in the atmosphere today. And it's allowing for some funkiness, I guess you could call it, to happen. So main concern right now is Livingston County. If this continues its current track, this would head for central and northern Oakland County, as well as extreme southern Genesee County, probably close to Linden and Fenton. I would imagine here, and again, it's going to be within the next hour. I believe Mike and Tyler are just to the south here on 94 right now, following these storms that are moving in through Washtenaw County.
Besides that pocket that Joel's kind of mentioning before, we're not seeing anything too concerning. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Lenawee County once again for 60-mile-per-hour winds. But that is, like what Joel was mentioning, that is the main area that we're watching right now.
This radar is not behind, by the way. This is live. This is the latest scan as of 7:14 p.m. So this is live. You'll not find a better radar than this. You could also be watching delayed. Make sure on the bottom of your screen your time is matched up. It is currently 7:15 p.m. If you're within about 30 seconds of 7:15 as I'm speaking here, then you are good. If you're outside of 7:15, then it's likely you are watching on a delay, so make sure to refresh the stream. Rotation continues in a broad sense as it heads into Howell. Still, if it's not rotation, it's going to be gusty winds. So take note, this is heading towards 96 now, within about a mile or two of 96 between Fowlerville and Howell. Severe thunderstorm warning for Ingham and Jackson County has been canceled. You guys are good there. New warning coming in now on the bottom of your screen for Monroe County. Have the details here in just a second as that box pops up. I'll wait for that box to pop up. A couple more super chats I guess I could read off here real quick. Thank you, Arthur, for sending 5 Get to memberships to our YouTube subscribers here. Heather with a $5 super chat saying, you guys are more concerned about us, it seems, than the local weather channels. Thank you here in Jackson, Michigan. No problem, Heather. If you're watching in Jackson there, you guys are safe to come out of your shelter now with the severe thunderstorm warning expiring there in Jackson. And we also have Anna here in chat with a $5 super chat saying, as someone with bad weather anxiety, finding you guys has brought me a lot of relief. Your coverage is so appreciated. You're giving us a nice peace of mind. Thank you very much for that comment, Anna. Thank you for tuning in tonight, and we are hoping that you can rest easy tonight with these severe thunderstorms that are passing. So there is your warning now on your screen in the orange box, all of Monroe County until 8:30 p.m. At 7:16 p.m., severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Manchester to Blissfield to near Swanton, moving northeast at 45. Wind gusts of 60 miles per hour are possible. Radar indicated they'll be near Petersburg, Ottawa Lake around 7:25, Dundee, Lambertville around 7:30, Milan, Temperance, Ida 7:35, maybe 7:40, as in the town of Maybe, Maybee. Luna Pier 7:45, and Monroe and Carlton around 7:50. No tornado possible with this one, so you guys are good there. Going back up to our damaging winds, these are now rolling very, very close to Howell, gusting forward here. We also might have a nice, brief little spin up here, right on the south side of Howell. This would be right on County Farm Road at Sexton Road. You can see those tiny little red and green couplet close together like that, right in that area. It's very, very sneaky, but it is there. That's basically Drew with the same sized couplet that hit Fraser earlier today, if you remember.
Indeed. Just an update, not seeing any new power outages yet with these winds yet. Been refreshing the DTE page here and not seeing anything new popping in yet, so that's good to hear.
Mm-hmm. If you are hearing the tornado sirens go on and off multiple times, a fun fact about tornado sirens is that they overheat. So they can't sound them consistently while there's any warnings ongoing for the entirety. So they do got to turn them off every once in a while. And that's also another reason why we say don't rely on just the sirens. That should be your last mode of getting warning during severe weather days. Is again, those are only meant to be heard outdoors. That's why they're called outdoor sirens. If you hear them If you do hear them indoors, sorry, Drew. If you do hear them indoors, that's obviously a bonus. But again, there's better ways to receive warning than just tornado sirens. Go ahead, Drew.
I will note there is a special weather statement now for Wayne County for that cell that is ahead of the line. That would be for winds 40 miles per hour and penny-size hail.
To be like Belleville, Romulus, and Wayne, probably.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. Let's see how's our winds doing here. New update coming in just a second. Annie's got a good shot here in just a second. I'm going to probably pull her in. Clayton's got more damage, I guess, up there. Top of the screen, I'm just looking. So, yeah, I would imagine that this scan on the radar here, you definitely want to be on the lookout for a brief weak spin up here right at PV Road and Sexton Road now. This is about to cross over County Road D19, which is also known as Pinckney Road. So the Howell exit there at I-96 is kind of going to be the vicinity. So it's going to get really, really close to Howell here. So right now you have, as it stands, perhaps gusty winds on the north side of Howell and a brief weak spin-up tornado on the south side. So if you're in Howell right now, you should be taking shelter if you haven't yet. Your time is now. You should be underground. Just to be safe, again, you guys are in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And again, we're seeing here on radar, reds and greens very close together like that, similar to what we saw in Fraser earlier today with that tornado. And he's got a really good shot up there into the clouds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Explosive updraft right there.
Absolutely.
Just to let you guys know, I'm still scouring the DTE page for any new power outages. I'm still not seeing anything yet, based on those really strong winds that are in place right by Howell, kind of like what Joel was mentioning about.
Waiting for another scan here, Drew. I think it's coming in right now.
Yeah. Yeah, those winds are still there.
Yeah, that's absolutely. Still reds and greens very close together right there. Keep an eye on it. Jackman with a 199 super chat. Any worries for Adrian? You guys should be in the clear now. Adrian, it's just getting through. So the warning's still in effect, but the heaviest of the rain is now off to your east. And welcome Ambrose to the channel. We also have NH with a 499 super chat. Keep up the good work, dudes. Sending best from Ipsy. Haven't blown away yet. We'd love to hear it. Ipsy is kind of... Goodness. Ipsy is right underneath a cell right now, not in any sort of warning, but you're kind of pinched between a special weather statement and a severe thunderstorm warning right now. I don't know if you guys heard that, but someone just absolutely laid on the horn outside. Sorry, let me go back to the radar for you guys. For Ipsy purposes. Here is your cell in Ipsy right now. And you got the special weather statement for Wayne. And then the rest of this stuff all up and down the line. Again, we're still watching these little couplets here in the Howell area. This couplet right now specifically is directly over Fisk Road, just to the south of 96. About to pass over 96 as we speak. So Francis Road at Fisk Road. If you know anyone in this area, tell them to take shelter. If you are in this area, be on alert for a quick spin-up tornado. Again, I believe Annie is down near Ann Arbor, for those who are curious. Holy cow. Dude, Drew, are you seeing the chat right now?
You need to pull this up here.
Yeah. Guys, I'm not exaggerating. You guys are sending in so many comments right now, it's hard to even see them.
I'm trying to plug in my phone. Phone battery's tanking right now.
Yeah. Again, keep in mind, if you're asking about your specific location, we don't really do that unless you're in some sort of threat. Specifically right now in Howell. We're watching rotation here in the Howell area. That's why it's important to know when we do these live streams that you know exactly where you are in relation to these locations on the map. So memorizing a county-based map especially does help you on days like today and does you a great service in terms of knowing where you are in location to this. So again, if we had, you got to realize, guys, we have 1,000 comments coming in every minute, pretty much, or at least a couple hundred between all 4 of our platforms, all asking to ask for your specific location. So it is physically and humanly not possible to cover every single location. If we did, we would not be able to track just the storms, I guess you could say. So if you are in Howell, this is the main concern right now. If you're anywhere outside of Howell, inside of this severe thunderstorm warning, this orange box, that is 470-mile-per-hour winds. So Livingston, Washtenaw County. If you are in Lenawee County and Monroe County, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you are anywhere else, you are not in a warning right now. If you are in if you're in Wayne County in the west side here, you're in a special weather statement. 40-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail here with this tiny little cell heading up towards Livonia. If you are west of this line, you are in the clear for tonight. So southwest Michigan, Benton Harbor, Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, down towards Coldwater, Centerville. Obviously, there's 3,000 municipalities here in the state of Michigan, so we can't list them all off. But if you're in this general region of the state, southwest Michigan, you guys are in the clear. There could be some pop-up storms within the vicinity of the low. Otherwise, those are not expected to be severe. And he's still got a really nice shot down there in the bottom left corner for y'all. New scan coming in for the Howell area. Again, we're on this velocity scan. We look for reds and greens very close together. And we see that right here on the southeast side of Howell. It's very weak, but it's also very close together. So it is winds doing this right next to each other at a very slow pace. So keep in mind, if you're on the south side of Howell, it is passing over Latson Road right now. Heading up towards Hughes Road at Golf Club Road. And your latest scan kind of breaks it apart a little bit, so that is good news there. Gusty winds right there, circled on your screen, north side of Howell right now. These are winds of 60 miles per hour at about 1,200 feet off the ground, so these are severe winds pushing in now towards rural portions of northern Livingston County. Current track keeps it headed for more rural locations of Oakland County. This would kind of be on the track for Holly within probably the next half hour, as well as Fenton. So keep an eye out there, Fenton, Holly, Linden. Otherwise, if you are if you're east and north of there, mainly east of there though, over the next hour to 2 hours, that would be kind of heading in your general location. But right now, the main concern in the short term is Howell and points north and northeast. We're going to flip around to put Annie full screen, put the radar in the corner, just so we have both on the screen. But Annie does have a beautiful shot right now, a nice shelf cloud with a little bit of scud underneath. Again, scud is basically rain that's falling, and as it's falling, it's recondensing and getting pulled right back up into the storm. So that's why it looks kind of funky like that. Kind of reminds you of funnel clouds, and it is the cloud that gets most misinterpreted for a funnel cloud. It is not a funnel cloud. You have to double check and make sure that it's not rotating, and if it's just rising, that is scud. So again, I believe this is near Ann Arbor.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of pictures of shelf clouds, so we really appreciate those pictures. Really stunning shelf clouds. Been seeing a few with a little bit of a turquoise color. kind of get that sometimes with the sun angle when you have it lower to the ground, whether lower to the horizon, excuse me, whether it's sunset or sunrise with that angle. You can get those really turquoise, really cool colors.
See how that storm kind of progressed from Dansville earlier. It was very nice and bright as it crossed into Livingston County, continued its strength, and has since weakened out as it passed through Howell. I will say the damaging wind gusts are still there, but the rotation is kind of diminished a little bit. So good news. We are going to be watching these storm interactions very closely here. For y'all who might not understand, we do have storm merging going on, so we have storms coming straight up from the south and storms coming in straight from the west. And when these storms collide like that, that can cause some of these storms to produce quick tornadoes within a scan or two, so we got to keep an eye on these as they interact. And Tyler is in Ann Arbor right now, so he'll be kind of right where this line is interacting. It is quiet out there. But you are, I did not say the keyword first, you guys in chat just did. That was not me. We never say the keyword. But we like to see it quiet. Some interactions going on with this cell near Belding right now in the Grand Rapids area. Very, very weak. There are some reds and greens close together there. We'll keep an eye on that. The only concern right now is really just that storm in Howell, as well as obviously the storm mergers that could happen here and probably will happen in the coming hour. As you can see, those reds and greens are more disorganized now across the state. Yeah. There's no reds and greens on here anymore as well. Put Annie back into the corner cam. Put me back full here. This is what I'm talking about right there. The reds and greens are all kind of discombobulated. They're not really side by side. They're just kind of meshed around like that. And they're not bright anymore either, so it is definitely weakening. Alert updated. It looks like our warning here has been downgraded to a level 1 severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be for Livingston and Washtenaw. I'm imagining they're going to trim it here too, Drew, in just a second.
Yeah, I figured. I'd figure so.
Waiting for that to update. Yeah, it looks like for now, it looks like Howell, you guys are going to be good in the next 5 minutes. Right around 7:40, you guys are going to be good to go. There's your updated severe thunderstorm warning box. You can see it's been trimmed back a little bit. So Gregory and Fowlerville are kind of out of it now. If you're still in this orange box, you know you live in this orange box and you guys are still in that warning. It looks like from the DTW radar, could be a nice little hook popping up here, heading towards Milan, actually. You see that?
Yeah.
You have the storm interaction going on right now. All that funkiness being together. You can kind of see it from the DTW radar, but the airport radar is going to show it better right there, heading towards Milan. So if you're in Milan right now, be on alert for a quick spin up. If we switch back over to the airport radar real quick, you can see that notch is right there, kind of underneath this purple pixel there. The purple pixel is bad data. It's kind of overlapping. That is something to keep an eye on. Current time is 7:37 now, changing to 7:38. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma alongside Drew. We are the Michigan Storm Chasers. Been covering this live for the last 3 hours and 45 minutes here from beginning. We're not yet to the end. That is our motto, from beginning to end. So we're going to be live here probably for another hour, 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. We'll see how long it takes for this line to leave the state. It is moving rather slowly, as this is part of the low pressure system moving through. It's less of a front, more of the low pressure system. So it's going to take a little bit, and that's what's also going to result in some heavier rain totals today. So, yeah, that right there, Drew. Heading towards Milan.
Yeah, that's a little interesting.
Also have Saline. I'm probably going to butcher that, up there in Washtenaw County, which does not show up as well. Where'd it go? Yeah, it barely shows up. But that is where a storm is merging right now, so you never know. Two different radars showing two different things. We're watching them closely. Go ahead and change our storm motion vector here back to 218 at 33. There we go. Doesn't really change it too much, but yeah. Let's go ahead and go back to the airport radar.
See what we can see close to the surface here.
Sounds like there were a few power outages that are finally kind of coming in here west of Howell, where those winds were. Not seeing anything really, though, widespread. Just wanted to clarify that.
That latest scan for the airport radar shows that it's still strong there in the Milan area. We do not have a CC radar from the airport radar. Again, this is from the airport, so it's kind of a small radar that they use there, but it does show weather data nonetheless. So if you're Milan over towards Oakville, please be on alert. North up the line, not really seeing too much near Brighton South Line right now, as well as Howell anymore. Mainly just focusing in where these storms are kind of congealing together. Special weather statement now being issued for Farmington Hills, Southfield, and Pontiac in Oakland County for 50-mile-per-hour winds and no hail.
Does seem like these storms are slowly going into a weakening trend just based on the newest special weather statement issued that you just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
We shall see if that remains the case, though, as these storms slowly progress over southeast Michigan.
So I'm starting to interact here at the Warden area near Salem. I'll go back to the DTX radar just to see how that's looking there. Right in there somewhere. It does not show up too well. Yeah, it's tough to tell what's going on at the surface without consistently looking at the DTW radar, but again, it does not show CC radar is what I was trying to finish my thought there. But again, it does show the reds and greens close together like that, kind of embedded within the storm.
Those that are wondering, across the rest of the state besides southeast Michigan, just really widespread rain showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder in central portions of the state, as well as northern lower Michigan, just all rain. Really the only area that we're kind of concerned about severe weather in our state right now is southeast Michigan, and maybe perhaps portions of the thumb, but it seems like the instability in the thumb is starting to go down as well. So we shall see what happens there, but our main focus is just southeast Michigan. The rest of the state is either dry or is getting rain.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end here, y'all. If you guys can just wait another hour or two, should be good. Uh, Drew, if you want to take your radar, I don't know if you have it set up right now.
Yeah. Let me get my screen share pulled up here.
Yep. Got something to work on behind the scenes here. If you want to, I think the airport data looks a little bit better on Radar Omega as well. So.
All right, it should be there. Let me know if you see it.
Yes, I got you.
Sweet.
Feel free to take over for a couple minutes if you would like.
Yeah, totally. So, as Joel's doing what he needs to get done here, we're focusing in southeast Michigan once again, mainly for damaging winds, but we can't rule out an isolated spin-up tornado as well. It's been proven. We had 2 tornado warnings in our state, actually 3 today, 2 during this live stream where we've had a few spin-up tornadoes, so that is the main focus right now. Let's keep an eye on this cell here as it merges with this line. Sometimes when you have a cell in front of the line and merges with a line that's had a history of having QLCS spin-ups, sometimes that can encourage a spin-up tornado to happen. But like as we were mentioning before, gusty winds, we're seeing a little bit of a weakening trend on the northern side of the cell right here. Winds have been weakened enough where it's just a special weather statement now for 50-mile-per-hour winds. Once again, a really cool shelf cloud is also moving along with this line, which makes sense because of how long this line has been together here. So definitely a pretty view, but once again, these storms do have the capabilities of producing some severe weather. Once again, we have a special weather statement for Oakland County and a severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe County.
Still 60-mile-per-hour winds, correct?
Yes. Yep, that would be for the Monroe County cell. 50-mile-per-hour winds in the Oakland cell, and in the Wayne cell, that cell is already kind of falling apart, but wind gusts up to 50-mile-per-hour winds as well. So getting to the tail end of this stream here probably as this line slowly kind of moves across the state here. Thankfully, we haven't had too much to worry about in terms of flooding. Definitely could see some really heavy downpours. So if anyone's traveling, you know, obviously rush hour is kind of winding down, but if you're traveling into this cell, please reduce your speed. You don't want to be speeding at all. We're driving 70 miles an hour on the highway. When you're going into this, really heavy rainfall could easily reduce visibility. So be mindful of that if you're out and about. Anything north of Oakland County, we're not really seeing anything too concerning as of now. But it's mainly just Oakland County to the south where we can have those gusty winds, and some of these gusty winds aren't even really severe. It's Monroe County is the only area where there could be severe winds here. And my radar is a little bit of a pain.
We've all been there.
It's pulled up. Yeah.
Hang in there, y'all. We're almost through the day. Got a couple more warnings out there.
looking through radar right now, trying to see if there's any notches that are forming along this line. Not seeing anything quite concerning or quite obvious that's sticking out right now. Eventually, once this live stream is done, we'll have more pictures and updates from these severe storms, and we'll talk about this more at the end of the live stream, but we have more severe weather chances coming up here for the weekend, as well as the heat. That's another hot topic we're going to have to talk about, where we could have heat indice values of near 100 potentially for early next week, but we'll talk about that more a little briefly at the end of the live stream here. If you're west of, oh, you were going to say something, Joel?
Nope, go ahead.
Okay. If you're west of Ann Arbor, Hamburg, Flint, I would say you guys are in the clear. It's just rain. Anywhere east of Ann Arbor, oof, cannot talk. This is what happens after we're live for a while. Anywhere east of Ann Arbor, Hamburg, or southeast of Flint, you guys could still see some gusty winds, as well as a potential spin-up tornado. We're really not seeing, there's nothing as of now, as of 7:51, that is sticking out to me in terms of anything concerning, but that can quickly change. It's been proven throughout this live stream, where we kind of had nothing at first, and then within a few minutes we had 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and then a tornado warning shortly after that, so...
Yeah, for those who are wondering about Milan and Oakville, it looks like our little area of rotation has kind of dissipated a little bit. So you guys are no longer in threat there from the airport radar.
Check Monroe County here. Yeah, mainly just gusty winds here. We're not seeing any notches as of now. That will be moving northeast towards Taylor, Michigan. Seeing some comments here about how these are really heavy downpours. That makes sense just because of the reflectivity that's given at place.
Oh, you just see that in the top of the screen there? Sorry. Mike had a really nice lightning strike there at about 7:53 and 13 seconds.
Nice.
Yeah. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah. So, yeah, just heavy downpours. If there's any hail, it'd be very small in nature, pea-sized hail. We're not like we were mentioning before. The lapse rates today are pretty bad and poor. Really aren't supportive of severe hail, and I believe last I checked we haven't had any severe hail reports from today. It's been all wind and tornado reports for today in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the National Weather Service stations from Grand Rapids may send out a survey team potentially tomorrow to check out some damage, but that remains to be seen. We only have one confirmed tornado from today. That was earlier today.
Fraser.
Oh yeah, Fraser.
In case you guys were wondering the
Fraser,
location, now is Macomb County.
Yep.
It looks like, again, it looks like Lenawee is no longer in a warning. The only places in a warning right now are still Livingston, Washtenaw, and Monroe County. Special weather statements in effect for Oakland and Wayne. That's it.
Yep. might have some very weak notches here in Wayne County. Nothing too impressive in my opinion, but it is present with the airport radar here.
It's actually
A
like
little bit
right.
of a notch maybe here.
I say it's like right over it almost. Actually, I'm looking at the one a
Yeah.
little bit to the south there as well.
We'll keep an eye on it. It's really close to the radar, so we'll have a good idea if there's anything happening with those cells. Yeah, a little bit of a hook feature. We got one right here in Monroe and one in Wayne, but once again, nothing too strong as of now. A little bit better here, actually, right on top of the radar, airport radar here. For some reason, the reflectivity is not updating on my part. That's weird. Pull up the Detroit radar here. See if I can get a better view. Yeah, it does not help either. Kind of curious why it's a little bit more laggy on the reflectivity than the base velocity.
It is a lot more colors, a lot different color scale from blues to reds instead of just reds and greens. So that's probably one thing. Again, the more colors you add, the more data you're loading in. So it's multiple
Yeah.
megabytes. It's looking very notchy out there for sure. Again, very quiet in here right now. Sorry I said the keyword. I do apologize. That was me on me. I just realized I said that.
Oh dear.
I'm so
You
sorry.
never mention it and then you do it.
Well, I'm already on like strike one from earlier today when I went downstairs to get lunch, and as soon as I made my sandwiches, I pull out my phone from my pocket and it says tornado warning, Macomb County. I'm like, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? The jinx is real, and I had to come right back upstairs and start the live. So, again, for those who don't know, our running thing here at MSC is usually anytime someone gets food, a warning happens. So it's just how it is, and I literally was finishing up making my sandwiches. I didn't even get to take a bite of them. I had to come right back up. So that is what we mean. We do have a drop everything and go live policy at Michigan Storm Chasers. That does include our lunch sometimes.
Yeah, this is actually kind of interesting here, Joel. Reflectivity caught up here, right on top of the airport radar here, just south of Canton here, west of Huron Township. We got a little bit of a notch here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
That's
right
something
next.
we're gonna have to keep an eye on here.
Right next to the radar.
Yeah. Don't see that every day. You have it that close to the radar, you can really pick up your inflow and your RFD.
Yeah. I do still
Let's see if I
also.
can pull up.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I still also do have my radar up on my side of this things, and I'm really not seeing anything that screams rotation at this time from the DTX radar.
The DTX, okay.
Yeah. But the airport radar is going to be a lot better for an environment like this, where there's a lot going on in the lowest kilometer of the atmosphere.
I did not want that. I want this here. Yeah, nothing coming up at CC. Keep an eye on it. Regardless, gusty winds will be moving through Wayne County as well as Monroe County. But kind of like just exactly what Joel mentioned, we're not really seeing anything too concerning overall. Just some gusty winds, the majority of these not really being severe. Really heavy downpours as well. So like I was mentioning before, if you're traveling, preferably you don't want to be traveling in these, just out of precaution. But if you are, really heavy downpours, so you would highly recommend reducing your speed. Don't want to be going 70 miles an hour through these downpours. You got that hydroplaning concern. So just be mindful of that. Looking across the other portions of the state here, besides Southeast Michigan, really just all rainfall here. By Flint, Saginaw, Bay City, really not seeing anything too concerning. Maybe a few rumbles of thunder. Check velocity just in case here. Yeah, really not seeing anything concerning here. It's more just a bunch of rain and a few rumbles of thunder, perhaps. Go up to northern lower Michigan as well. Same story, a lot of rain. So it's really just the extreme southeast Michigan corridor here. We're kind of just keeping an eye as this line traverses, but towards the east side of the state here. Play on loop here to see the general track. Moving northeast. Eventually we'll come up to Detroit here.
Drew, it appears that there was some very loud thunder in Monroe County just now, or southern Wayne. And a couple power just popped up.
Thank you, Joel.
Mm-hmm. From one of our mods as well. For those who are also in Wayne County right now, looking to the west, you'll probably see a nice shelf cloud rolling in. Kind of what we saw on Annie's stream about a half hour ago. We were watching that kind of roll through. And boy, that is some heavy winds there at the airport radar. So
yeah, I was going to mention that. So it looks like more of a outflow wind that is present now with this line. A little small pocket of some stronger winds potentially here. So we'll see what happens here with future scans, but really you can see it kind of really ramping up here. So really kind of curious here if we can get a rough measurement here. This should be pretty accurate with how close it is to the radar here. Yeah, right in that little pocket here, we got wind gusts up to potentially the mid 50s, which is just short of severe criteria, but it'd be interesting if they issue a new special weather statement for that. But we shall see if it could have it where it could
hey, Drew.
amplify.
Hey, Drew. Severe warning.
Yeah. Severe warning? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I was waiting for it, and then I knew it was coming through. So that is going to be for Wayne.
All right. Good to know. It's frustrating. Usually my radar has been up to date with it. My radar's been being your radar when it comes to severe warnings, but
no, I just saw it
yep,
came.
Now
It came through on the scroller on the bottom.
Okay. All right. So, can you get that up, Joel, at all?
Yeah. You can go ahead and go over the details. I'll get the graph.
Okay. So 60 mile per hour winds with this cell here. No tornado possible tag. And that's due to those wind speeds right by the airport radar. Winds by the airport radar slowly strengthening. So hail will be under an inch. So we're not really concerned about any hail or tornadoes. It's just the winds themselves. So. And once again, this would be for Wayne County. So this would include Detroit, Canton, Livonia, Taylor. Make sure to be heading indoors. Head into an interior room. Don't be by any windows as these winds kind of come by. I'm going to try to see here if I pull up the airport radar, if we have a new update here with the velocity. Yep, there it is, right there. The little corridor right here, just south of Van Buren Township.
Mm-hmm.
Some stronger winds, just severe criteria winds here that are moving off to the northeast. So this will be interesting to watch here if they will continue to amplify here.
Feel free to get some roads listed off there if you would like.
Yeah.
For that gusty wind, kind of track it street by street there.
Get base velocity here. Yeah, there's that newest scan. So just southwest of, or southeast of Belleville.
Wow. Look at that.
Yeah. Roads would include. Why is it taking forever to load?
Probably got to zoom in really close.
Yeah.
Is it really slow?
Yeah, it's really slow. All right, here we go. Savage Road. And let's see. Haggerty. Wait, hold up. Haggerly Road. Here we go. A lot of road, a lot of word butchering here. Hannah Road as well. Winds that are heading off to the northeast, so we're by French Landing, Romulus as well.
That actually, Drew, could be what could be a spin-up tornado. If you switch it over, I don't know if you have storm relative velocity on the airport radar, but
I do not.
storm relative makes that look like it's an embedded mesovort. I'll go ahead and take mine
Oh,
back.
you could see it right there in reflectivity.
Yeah, right
Yeah, a little bit
there.
of a hook right there.
So that
Yeah, I do not have storm relative on radar Omega here.
yeah. So if you're in Romulus, I would definitely be taking shelter right now. This is going to be impacting directly at where I-94 crosses I-275. It's going to be heading into a very, very populated portion of Wayne County. It already is, but it continues to head towards Taylor and Inkster as well. So if you know anyone down here in Wayne County, central Wayne County, please let them know immediately. Quick little mesovort kind of trying to spin up here within this line. It is visible, Drew, from the DTX radar too. That's why I kind of was flipping back and forth.
I see.
Real quick, I'm going to switch my cam over to our other source here, which is our Dearborn cam.
Yeah. Yeah, our Dearborn cam's gonna have a front row seat for this.
Mm-hmm. So this is Dearborn, Michigan. This is, I believe, looking northwest. So it's going to kind of pass probably right in front of the camera, working from left to right across the screen, I would imagine at some point. So it's still off the left side of the screen a ways. You can see some of those prefrontals out there to the north as well, working their way across northern Wayne County. So we'll keep an eye on it. Flip back to my radar here real quick. Again, passing right through Romulus here soon. I'll kind of go through some of the road names here. Again, it is visible from the DTX radar. It's a lot harder to see, but it is there. As Drew mentioned, it is passing over Metro Parkway right now. Metro Parkway at Huron River Drive. Going to be passing over Hannah Road, as well as Northline Road. Moving up to cross Osga Street. Osga Street and McBride Street there. So pretty much downtown Romulus, all of those streets in that area. A spin-up is considered a brief weak tornado. Yes. So we are watching it closely. Latest scan from DTX kind of makes it go away a little bit, which is good. Check back in on our airport radar. Yeah, right there. Right there. Also watching this little notch too, Drew, just to the east of Willow.
Yeah.
How's that look on yours? For your velocity from the airport radar.
Yeah. Get pulled up here. Yeah, you can see that first little notch. Oh wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see those two little hooks right there, one by Romulus and Huron Township here. What the base. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on that.
Wait. Go back. I'm sorry, go back. Go back to velocity.
Going back.
Sorry. And then go down towards Flat Rock a little bit. Just want to see.
Be south or north?
South. I think it's actually right where the Huron Township logo is at.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, right there.
doesn't really. It's very subtle.
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's Romulus is going to be the main one.
Yeah.
So
Hold
no,
on loop here.
it basically looks like Captain Hook there, how it kind of curls around like that. So that is rotation
Yeah.
just getting swooped into the front side of the storm, and it kind of spits up a very brief weak tornado. So it'd be right over Romulus if anything, if there were to be a tornado. Again, we don't have CC radar from the airport radar. It's only very simple in terms of the product that it produces, but it is a very low angle to the ground, so it can show us what's happening at like 120 feet off the ground compared to if you use the DTX radar, it'd be 1,000 feet. So we're able to see a lot lower elevations here with this airport radar as it currently
Yeah, I'm
stands.
really curious what the Dearborn camera will show once this line gets a little bit closer. New scan has a little bit messier now.
Mm-hmm.
Still a really strong pocket of wind right there, though.
I'm going to go ahead and double box this. I'm going to put mine in the corner and you'll keep your radar live, just so I can have the darn it, the cam live. I guess I have to go find out where that is. Great.
I'm gonna plug in my laptop here. It's getting low in battery here quick.
Yep. Change it over to that. There we go. That was a hassle. So there you go. There's your Dearborn cam in the bottom left corner of your screen. This cell would be passing right in front of it if it can continue its northeast track.
Yeah, so for those that are wondering, this is where Dearborn cam is, right here, right by Dearborn. And this line, an area of interest, is heading straight towards it. Hold on loop here. So we're gonna have a front row seat once this line comes up to the Dearborn cam. Check and see if there's still a hook by the Huron Township area. Yeah, a little bit. Got two little small areas of interest right now.
Speaking from a meteorological standpoint, I see there's some people in chat saying, why are we covering this right now? Again, for those who don't know, again, we understand this environment. We are native Michiganders. We understand how our environment works more than really anyone else. We have what's called these QLCS spin-ups all the time in Michigan where they get kind of not even seen on radar. And so we're paying attention to these notches very closely. Reason being, obviously, last year, if you guys remember Livonia, we had a quick spin-up tornado that looked exactly like this on radar, and there was never a warning for it because it spun up in one frame and then spun down. And unfortunately, it did end up resulting in the loss of a life because a tree fell in a house. So again, that's why we are going to be paying so much attention to something that looks so minuscule like this on the radar all the time, that we'll never stop doing that. We'll never apologize for what we do here. Again, we're going to cover these notches down from scan to scan, even if they look very weak, because we understand that here in Michigan, the microscale environments do play something very funky. So again, if you're asking in chat, why the heck are we covering this? There's your answer. Again, these do cause brief spin-up tornadoes, and they can cause loss of life if you're not careful. Again, it did happen in this part of the state too. This was in Livonia last year, so it's literally 10 miles down the road from the same spot.
I was gonna mention that too. Yeah. Do we have a shelf whale coming into view in our camera yet, Joel, or no?
Right now, in the bottom left corner of your screen, there's some lightning, but it looks very high base right now, still waiting on a shelf cloud.
Still seeing a small pocket of heavier winds right where both of those notches are as they move off to the northeast here. Gonna check and see if there's any new power outages at all.
The latest scan, definitely from storm relative standpoint, Drew, it does look like it has increased just a little bit.
Okay.
Again, this is heading pretty much directly for Inkster right now, so if you live in Inkster, this is going to be your neck of the woods. This is heading northeast.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, northeast towards Inkster, Dearborn Heights. This is heading right for our weather camera here in the bottom left. Our MSC exclusive weather camera from Dearborn. Elsewhere in the state right now, again, these are the only severe thunderstorm warnings. It's for Wayne County and extreme northeastern Monroe. This is really, again, I would say, Drew, the only storm that I'm paying attention to in the state right now that has a little bit of a notch.
Yeah, no, I would agree.
Looking up towards Clarkston and Holly right now, if you want to go a little bit further north, there is a downpour ongoing and perhaps some small pea-sized hail right there at the radar site. But as it stands right now, I don't believe that's indicative of any rotation. It's mainly just damaging winds, which again, damaging winds can bring down trees. So if you are in Oakland County, be on alert for falling trees, at least some falling branches with winds up to 50 miles per hour possible.
Take a quick peek at that. Yeah. Heavy rain would be the main concern. Go back to our airport radar here.
Yeah, and it is showing up from the DTX radar as well.
Yeah, you could see a little bit of both of those hooks there, especially that northern one right there. Come on. Load. Yeah, there you go. I imagine we should have a view on this really soon. Really soon. I believe those trees are probably blocking our view a bit on our cam.
I think it's still at the left side of the screen because again, this is pointing
Left
north.
side?
It's pointing northwest,
Is it
so
pointing-
this.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
fine.
so it's gonna pass like directly in front of the camera, eventually.
Okay. Yep. Put this on loop again here. Yeah, it's literally gonna go.
It's right in
Probably
front
gonna
of
be
the
less
camera.
than a quarter of a mile away from our cam.
Yeah, you can see on Drew's radar there, right where that red dot is, the Dearborn Cam Northwest is that red dot right under the R in Dearborn. That's where our camera is located. Again, facing northwest, so it's going to be pretty much doing this thing. So the camera's pointing this way. The storm is going to be doing one of these things where it kind of just passes right in front of it. So, if you are hearing sirens, ever since I believe last year, I'm not sure if they did it before last year's fatal tornado event in Livonia, but I know at least since then they do issue tornado sirens. They're called outdoor warning sirens, not really technically called tornado sirens, but outdoor warning sirens. Wayne County's policy is they issue them county-wide for severe thunderstorm warnings and higher. So anytime you get a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning in the county of Wayne, they will issue those sirens. Yeah, Devin in chat here mentioned that. So ever since that incident happened in Livonia last year, Wayne County now sounds their sirens for every single severe warning and tornado warning. Don't want to take that chance again.
Definitely. Yeah, there's still that little pocket right there. It's still present. There's that little hook right there. To just move off to the northeast. Currently, it is just southwest of Dearborn Heights and Dearborn itself. Our camera is right here. Oops, that was not what I wanted to do. Zoom back in here.
Yeah, you can see everywhere off to the west of this line right now, y'all, is completely clear. If you're west, like if you're west of Ann Arbor, really west of Romulus, honestly, at this point, you guys are in the clear for tonight. You could still see some thunderstorms still kind of circle around the low pressure system tonight. Again, it's going to be kind of circling over us, resulting in some heavier rainfall amounts. And so flash flooding is a concern overnight tonight. But in terms of severe weather, that should be done here as this line sweeps through the thumb here by around 10 to 11 o'clock. There's a lot of misconceptions about sirens. So again, the number one thing is sirens are only meant to be heard outdoors. If you hear them indoors, it's a bonus. But the sole purpose of sirens is to alert those who are outside without technology. They are also issued for different criteria. So some places sound them for just tornado warnings. Some places sound them for all the warnings. Some sound them forever. Some tornado sirens can't turn on for more than 5 minutes at a time, so sometimes they turn off and turn back on again. That's sometimes what you guys hear often. You're like, oh, the siren just went off for like the 7th time, and that's because the warning's still in effect, but they have to turn off the sirens every so often to let them cool down. Again, sirens do not automatically mean a tornado's on the ground, but it is a nice indicator of inclement weather to come. It's also why we often say make sure you have 2 or more ways to receive warning when severe weather strikes. Midland weather radios, by the way, I'll show you guys mine right here. I have it next to me. It didn't go off today because I'm up here in Mount Pleasant. But Midland weather radio, it's a nice little thing. It's a WR120 from the company Midland. It's about 40 or 50 bucks. You can get it on Amazon or at your local hardware store. Again, it can save your life. You can insert batteries into it, so if you lose power, it has battery backup. Just make sure to change the batteries like every year or so. Next best option is going to be weather alerts on your phone. So we highly recommend the obviously turn on WEA alerts on your phone in your phone settings, but otherwise you can download free apps such as Emergency by the Red Cross. There's also the FEMA app as well. Both those do all alerts. So if you want severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings, special weather statements even, some of those apps do those. Those are there for you guys to use. So those 2 apps are good. Obviously here at Michigan Storm Chasers, we're live from beginning to end for every single severe weather storm or severe weather system. We started here over 4.5 hours ago. We've been live for 4.5 hours here for the state of Michigan. And our goal is to cover all 83 counties no matter the time of the day. We have successfully covered every single county in the state of Michigan since the start of 2024, so for every single warning. So we will never miss a beat in terms of severe weather. And we do also have automated alerts. You guys have probably noticed that if you guys follow us on Facebook today, as well as X, we have automated alerts that get posted to our page that show you where exactly alerts are coming in. So this is just another way to receive warning. Then obviously the buddy system is also useful. So if you yourself are not really the weather nerd that some of your counterparts might be, you can always tune into, or you can always check on a neighbor. Sorry, you can always rely on a friend and let them know, or let you know when severe weather is coming. So just a bunch of different ways other than sirens to receive warning. They're all good ways. The more you have, the better you are prepared for when severe weather strikes.
It's like that shelf is starting to come into view in our camp. Got some lightning too as well.
Yeah, we're about to have a really good picture of this. Check velocity once more real quick for me, Drew, before I take it full so we can watch this shelf cloud roll in. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
That's really changed.
But the highest of the winds is going to roll right in front of our camera.
Yep.
So that is traveling right down Newman Street right now. So it's right over Newman.
That's as of
Newman at Garrison.
That's as of 8:23, so that's a minute or two old. So I mean, these winds are nearly on top of the camera here.
So we'll go ahead and switch here. Actually, I'm going to have to take your radar off because it's covering the left side there. So we're watching the shelf roll in live, part of our Skycam network out there. And from Dearborn, Michigan. Just had to move Tyler there on the screen. Skynet is brought to you by Guardian Technologies. They went out and installed these for us. If you would like security systems, again, Guardian does do security systems, uses these same sort of cameras. Feel free to give them a ring. Guardian is located out of Burton, Michigan. That is one mean-looking shelf cloud. Again, shelf clouds are usually a sign of winds flowing out from the thunderstorm. So usually a sign of winds that are going to be gusting, sometimes severe, and that's why this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, because winds could be gusting up to 60 miles per hour as this rolls in right now. We're going to have a very good view of this in about a minute. Sometimes the wind can arrive before the cloud arrives. Depends on how strong the outflow boundary is from the thunderstorm as well. Yeah, look at the colors on that too, Drew. Left side of the screen, kind of a bluish tint to it.
Yeah, that's insane. That's all because of that sun angle. You can, it gives that a little bit of a bluish color.
Yes. Again, the darker the clouds, the more moisture content in them. So you can see right where it's brighter, all that rain starting to fall out from the clouds. And it also allows for sun to peek into the backside on the tops of the clouds as well. So that is quite the heavy rain core. About 30 seconds away from striking the camera. Hit the like button. Shout out Guardian. Round of applause for Guardian for getting these installed for us. We have more to come, and if you guys do have a location in your part of the state that has a nice view, preferably of the western skies, reach out to us, contact@michiganstormchasers.com. We would love to get a camera up at your location. You can also put a sponsor there in the bottom right corner as well if you do want to put a camera up. So we have about 8 or 9 across the state right now. We're looking to expand, so we have at least one in every county someday. So that way we can see all angles of all storms.
Yeah, those winds are maintaining as they're heading right towards that cam. So
look at the trees.
Definitely gonna have some gusty winds here.
Center of the screen, Drew.
Yep.
I think I can turn. Oh, look at the rain. Look at the rain.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see the wind already. Look at the tree right there.
I turned on the sound as well from the camera. So this is the sound here in Dearborn. Look at those curtains absolutely blow across.
Oh yeah. One good time lapse when we look over it.
This is again live from Dearborn. Heading right down US 12 right now.
Oh, look at those rain curtains.
Absolutely. Oh. turn off the layout here so you can see the bottom of the screen as well. For the trees, the bottom of the screen. In the warning text, these storms are moving off to the northeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Gusts of up to 60 are possible, and we're seeing on the screen, Drew, I would imagine those probably estimated at least 40 to 50 at one point. Probably at least 40 for a brief second there. So again, this storm is starting to weaken just a little bit, but we are seeing upwards of 50 miles per hour from the airport radar right now, so I would not be surprised if these winds are near severe either. And this is in central Wayne County, where the only severe thunderstorm warning is in the state right now. So this, we don't have to focus on any other storms right now because none of them are severe. They're only just pretty much rain showers at this point, no rotation. Tyler right now is in Southfield. Go ahead and turn off the sound there for the cam. Wind's getting a little annoying. Ryan said there was just power flashes in the cam. I did not catch that. I thought that was the lightning. Anyone else see that?
I could check.
Did I miss it?
I could check DTE and see if.
Well, if we lose our camera, we'll know.
They will know.
Yeah. I was gonna say I thought it was lightning.
Yeah, I think if there would have been, it would have. Not really. Not seeing anything right now.
People are saying yes and no for the power flickers on the right side of the screen.
That was a lightning flash there.
8:31:22. Was the timestamp on it?
Yeah, those heaviest pockets of wind went right through our cam.
That's just very clutch. We've had a lot of good encounters with all of our cameras so far this year. Every single one has come in clutch. So we have one in Manistee that we used for Aurora that has been clutch. We have one up in Wolverine also for Aurora, has been used for that as well. Burton camera, which is where Guardian Technologies is located. They've had a nice couple of views to the south of storms rolling through. Now we have this in Dearborn. Also, I believe, what's the town I'm thinking of? Yeah, Harbor Beach in the Thumb, Aurora and Sunset. And nonetheless, we also have Ionia, which also saw a couple storms this year, and the Charlotte cam. We can't forget the Charlotte cam, which captured the Charlotte tornado that one night back on May 15th. So all in all, these cameras have been very clutch for us this year. Again, we would love to expand our camera network. We're only in 8 or 9 different locations, I believe. So again, if you have any suggestions, we would love to see them for locations. Banner back on the screen there. It looks like it's died down a little bit. Okay, Ryan has sent over the video. I gotta see it here. Oh, yeah. That was a power flash. 100%.
I have to see it.
Yep, it'll be on Facebook here in a moment for those who are wondering if they want to go back and see it. Our Facebook page, again, Michigan Storm Chasers with a blue verification mark. I think we're closing in on like 430,000 followers now as of today. Go follow us there. All of our posts will be found there, and this storm chasing, or this power flash clip we just saw on our screen.
These winds are moving northeast, so now they are just exiting Dearborn. They are heading right towards downtown Detroit, as well as Warren, Michigan as well. They're heading northeast, so they'll probably stay in Wayne County here going into, make sure I say this county right, Macomb County. Yeah, reflectivity's picked up a little bit as well, so definitely some really heavy rainfall present with this line.
We are in a slight risk for excessive rainfall today, flash flooding possible. We saw that flash flood warning for Macomb County earlier today along with that tornado warning. Macomb County was just in the center of the world, I guess, earlier today for whatever reason around 1 o'clock. They had flash flooding and a tornado hit. And again, that produced like, what, 3 inches of rain, I believe, Drew, for that area. And again, with rainfall sticking around the state overnight tonight, we could see general system totals of 3 inches or more for many locations across the state as this rain stalls over the area through about midday tomorrow, and then it'll start to clear out, push into Ontario by tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. Clearing up likely for tomorrow night. However, we still do have a chance of severe weather again tomorrow for the UP and perhaps extreme northwestern lower peninsula, so up near Traverse City, perhaps down towards Manistee. And then on Friday, we have a severe risk for much of the state, pretty much north of 96, so northern and central Michigan, up into the UP, where there's actually a slight risk as well. So we have 2 more days of severe weather coming this week, and then obviously we're watching Saturday as well, as that's going to be the first day of our heat wave upcoming with heat indexes, I kid you not, of 105 possible for portions of southeast Michigan specifically. 100-degree heat indexes for portions of west Michigan and central Michigan. Again, heat index is basically your feels like temperature. So that is temperature combined with humidity and wind. It's basically the same thing as wind chill during the winter. That's what your body feels on your skin. So the actual temperature is the heat index that you feel on your skin. So if you have like 90-degree temperature with 68% humidity, you know that heat index is going to be close to 105, 110. Yeah, if you're still hearing sirens right now, that is because there's a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Wayne County. Their policy ever since the Livonia incident last year has been to sound the sirens for every single severe thunderstorm warning until it has ended.
This line is starting to get away from that airport radar, so we're going to have to go to DTX again. It's getting closer to that radar too. Gusty wind still present with this line here as it moves off to the northeast into Macomb County.
Speaking of which, Drew, special weather statement for Macomb County and extreme southeastern Oakland County.
Let me see. If I had to guess, probably what, 50 mile per hour winds if I had to guess?
And
55.
no. And for hail.
No.
What's your hail guess?
No.
What's your hail guess?
Oh shoot, I pulled it up.
That doesn't matter now. No hail.
Well, yeah, no hail.
We can't leave the public hanging for too long. I was giving you about 10 seconds there.
Yeah.
So that storm is now moving into southern Macomb County. The severe thunderstorm warning has also been trimmed, Drew. Taylor, Livonia, Westland, Trenton, Lincoln Park, Melvindale, Southgate, all no longer in the warning. If you're in Dearborn, Detroit, Hamtramck, Grosse Pointe Park, and Grosse Pointe Woods, you guys are still in that warning. But again, as this heads into Macomb County, it's going to kind of decrease towards that 50 mile per hour winds, which, as you saw on your screen, I believe what we saw was around 50-mile-per-hour winds that moved through Dearborn, so that can cause power outages and bring down some tree limbs.
I was wondering that really only watching Wayne and Macomb County. These are really the only two counties where strong winds are present. Everywhere else across the state, it's either dry or just rain and thunderstorms right now. So this line is moving off to the northeast and will really only exhibit a wind threat, not really a hail threat. And the tornado threat is also kind of going down as well. Main focus will be those winds, though. Right now, we don't even have severe winds. We're 50, which is close to start getting severe winds when they're, I think here, 57, right, Joel? Is it 58 is when they're severe, right?
58 is the official word for.
58.
They used to issue severe thunderstorm warnings at 58 miles per hour, but they just rounded up now to 60 because there's really no difference between 58 and 60.
Mm-hmm.
Scrolling through some of our chasers here just to see if anyone's live out there. I don't believe so. The only one on the left live out there is Tyler, up there on the top of your screen. Again, Tyler right now is in heading up towards Pontiac right now, so I believe he is on US 24. So just exiting Bloomfield Hills. So it's kind of in that heavy rain right now, near some of where this action is ongoing. Also, update from Ryan behind the scenes, the video of the power flashes, if you guys missed it here on stream, is up on our Facebook page. And maybe we might post it on X and Threads as well. Let me ask. It is on Facebook, though. Our Facebook page, again, is Michigan Storm Chasers. Kind of see a little bit of a weak hook there across the Clawson region. Nothing that really screams stronger rotation this time, but there's reds and greens close to each other. Again, those reds and greens you see on your radar are winds inbound versus outbound. When they get close together like that, that is a sign of, rotation. Red is outbound from the radar site, green is inbound towards the radar site. And that radar site that you can see on your screen is that green dot next to Waterford Township. So that's about the village of Clarkston area. So you can see this, that line races away from the radar site. Those are winds moving away. And then obviously you have storms that are kind of also running parallel to the line as it moves to the east. So we're watching to see where those two lines kind of congeal. And those do produce quick spin-ups, which we believe we almost had there in Milan for a little bit, and other locations here across the Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan region. If you're looking to send in pictures, if they're not damage pictures, consider joining our Michigan Storm community on Facebook. That is a page that you can follow, or a group you can join, excuse me. Those are good for fair weather posts, cloud posts, you name it. If you do have damage, use the Michigan Weather Reports page. That is going to be used for damage in terms of tree damage, hail damage, tornado damage, you name it. Just make sure when you do report this stuff, add your time and exact location if possible of when that damage occurred, if you do know. Otherwise, alternatively, if you like Discord, like some of us here, again, we do have a Discord server. There's about 2,500 members in it. There's a channel inside the Discord server called Damage and Survey. As soon as you join the Discord channel, you can upload damage photos there. So a bunch of different ways to get them to us. Again, if they are just normal photos, you can send them to our normal page, Michigan Storm Community. You can also throw them in the comments here on one of our posts as well. But again, if you post a picture here in our live stream, we will not see it here in the live chat. Strongest of winds right now passing over Birmingham and probably Hamtramck again at this point. Again, heading up towards Grosse Pointe Woods, that is going to be inside of that severe thunderstorm warning, which, mind you, is in effect until 9 p.m. So you still have another 15 minutes until the severe thunderstorm warning does get canceled. I just saw an aurora alert come across my phone. I'm just going to ignore it for now because I know it's going to be cloudy tonight.
Yeah, a common theme for 2025. Always get clouded over.
Yeah.
For those wondering, this severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne County is scheduled to cancel in 15 minutes.
Yep.
May cancel, well, I was going to say it may cancel sooner, but that line is still inside that warning, so they'll probably wait until the 15 minutes is over. Special weather statement for Macomb County for 50-mile-per-hour wind still in place. Really heavy rainfall present, heading towards Sterling Heights and Warren, so going to have some wind-driven rain. Once again, not really seeing any hail threat. So I would say just expect some gusty winds out of this right now. Not really seeing anything concerning in terms of tornadic rotation right now either, but we'll keep an eye on it if there's anything that decides to spin up. Still getting some lightning or Dearborn camera occasionally. The back side of that line.
Do you want to zoom out real quick just to give everyone a kind of glimpse of the reflectivity around the region? For those who are asking,
Yeah.
maybe a little bit further north.
Yeah, so right now we're mainly focused in Macomb County. Everywhere else, there really isn't any gusty winds or really even heavy rain. Got some rain still going on by the Flint area, but we're really not seeing anything concerning here. We'll quickly go to northern lower Michigan here and kind of work our way around here. Seeing mostly just scattered rain showers. Once again, nothing concerning there. Quickly go to the UP here. UP wasn't even expecting any severe weather, and they were expected rain. It's the same case here. If we go down to West Michigan here, some places are getting rain, some are dry, but once again, no severe weather concerns there. Our main focus is in extreme eastern Michigan here, right by Warren, Michigan, where we have that severe thunderstorm warning, which will be canceling here in about 10 to 15 minutes. And then we have the special weather statement here in Macomb County for Sterling Heights and Warren. And that's really the main focus. This line is moving to the northeast, so we could still have a few more communities maybe up past Macomb County, up ahead here, that will eventually get impacted by these gusty winds in St. Clair County. So I would say if you're in St. Clair County, be on the lookout for gusty winds and heavy downpours. Maybe San Alec County, depending on how far northeast this goes. But otherwise, really the rest, really for the majority of the state, you're just receiving rain showers or just really nothing at all. So yeah, that basically summarizes how everything's been playing out here.
Good recap there, Drew. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're winding down here for the night. Almost there, y'all. Well, we still got a little bit left here. Obviously, as mentioned, you'll have that severe thunderstorm warning left for Wayne and a special weather statement there in Macomb. While I have a moment and things aren't looking too crazy, I'm going to get caught up on some of the super chats here again, as you've seen rolling through on our information in our chat here. We do get to shout out all the super chats as they come in. Sometimes they're delayed because we are covering stuff again. Top priority is always going to be covering what's on the radar. So now that we have had a break, we'll go ahead and get back into some of these super chats here. There's not a whole lot that have joined in, but it might take a little bit here. We got Scott W. becoming an EF2 member. Thank you, Scott. Emily jumping in with a $2 super chat here saying thank you from Lenawee. No problem. Shout out Lenawee County watchers down there if you're in Lenawee County. Woot woot. We also have Jules with a $4.99 super chat and Garrett with a $9.99 super sticker. Thank you guys very much. William O'Neill trying out MSC for another month here. Monitoring consumers' energy and BWL for power issues. Thank you, William O'Neill there, for also monitoring for us. We also have Garrett with another $4.99 super chat here saying, thank you so much for all you do waiting here in Grand Blanc. It sounds like Grand Blanc tonight has missed out on the strongest of it. Same thing for really anywhere there in Genesee County. You guys can breathe a sigh of relief there. It's mainly going to be rain tonight, and you do have to still watch out for a flooding risk overnight, but at least in terms of severe weather, you guys are good up there. Thank you, William O'Neill, for another $2 super chat here. Alicia, $2 super chat. Wow, the sirens are still going off in Brighton. Couldn't tell you. Hopefully they're not glitched on, but hopefully they figured it out by now. Again, those sirens are sounded at the discretion of local officials and not the National Weather Service, which is another reason why they are kind of unreliable. Some counties, districts do not sound them. A couple more members joining in here. I have Linda, Audrey, Julie, and Jackson all becoming EF1 and EF0 members here. Allude from Plainwell, driving from Plainwell back to Kalamazoo. Radar looks clear, about 8 to 10 time frame, has me second guessing. Would appreciate y'all's insight. Yeah, you guys are going to be good over there. It's just going to be some rain, perhaps some pop-up thunderstorms, not expected to be severe. So you should be good there, and thank you for your super chat. Joshua joining the team as an EF0 member. Got Freaky Frosty in here with a $5 super chat. With this being Michigan's weather, at this point I would not be surprised if it started to snow. Don't say that word. We cannot have that right now. I know some of you guys really want winter to come back. But that is still another 4 months away. Let us have our warmth. It was a pretty cold winter, y'all. So I know the 90s are not going to feel pleasant with the heat indexes over 100 this week, but it is going to be at least a relief compared to the winter. Again, I love my seasons more than anyone else, so I love the snow and I love the summer equally. But yeah, the S word in June, come on now. Although I will say, Ryan here, I'm gonna pull Ryan in here real quick. He's always the one that's bringing up. He's always the one that's always bringing up snow on our Facebook page during the middle of summer. So, you know, we're not without blame for sometimes using the S word. So if you see those snow posts on our Facebook page sometimes here in June, that's usually Ryan's doing. NT, becoming an EF0 member. I saw you super chat earlier today, and welcome to the team officially. We got Brat with a $5 super sticker saying keep it up. Thank you very much. We got Wine of Chase becoming an EF0 member. We also have Pacify ASMR, Flat Rock question mark. You guys are good there in Flat Rock for sure. Again, this threat is pretty much on its way out at the current time. Don't expect anything other than some gusty winds of 50 moving forward. So again, thank you Pacify for your continued support, as well as Joshua with a comment saying keep doing what you're doing. We will absolutely keep doing what we're doing, covering you guys from beginning to end. Thank you for that $2 super chat there. Mary jumping up from EF0 to EF1 member. And one of our mods here, Julie. Shout out Julie in chat and all of our mods in chat. Give them a nice round of applause today for their hard work. I appreciate y'all very much to our mods. Julie shouting us out with a $10 super chat saying, thank you so much for keeping us safe. You guys are doing an amazing job as usual. Green heart emoji. You're awesome, Julie. Thank you very much. Another comment here from Melissa saying sirens in Dearborn Heights. Those should be off soon. They haven't been turned off yet. Welcome Worm, Sam, Jenny, and Jack to the channel as members. And we also have Worm is Hot with a $20 super chat saying rain in Sterling Heights. If that ain't the truth, then we have a faulty radar. That would be very concerning if our radar was lying to us. It never lies, though.
New special weather statement for Sanilac County for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. That would be for the southeast portion of that county. That would be associated with these winds here. So we are continuing with the special weather statements here. And I would imagine here shortly, Joel, that this severe thunderstorm warning will cancel.
I imagine they're probably just going to let it run out all the way to 9, and then just it'll cancel on its own.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's see, we got Dark with a $5 super chat saying, I was at work when we got hit, or we got the Fraser, Michigan tornado warning, but that was for Royal Oak and Troy area. We didn't react at all in the store, 15 in Utica. Yeah, it's Michigan magic at its finest, y'all. Spins up into a scan or two and sometimes takes us by surprise. Thankfully, tornado warning was issued at least for some precaution at some point, issued there by the National Weather Service in Detroit. Sarah, becoming an EF0 member here on our YouTube channel. Killjoy with a $2 super chat saying, I like fall weather and fall rainy days. Kind of feels like that on the backside of the system tonight. Nice relief. It'll be a nice relief in comparison to the hot days coming ahead. And to catch things up, we have Dale becoming a member for month number 6, saying it has been an interesting day, and indeed it has. Could have been a lot worse for sure, but we'll take it. Minimal damage today out there. A couple tornadoes to add to the count. Again, we're likely going to be at 30 or 31, maybe 32, depending on how much damage is found out there for our tornado count for 2025. Again, entering today, we're at 28. So if you do have suspected tornado damage, please send that in to us as soon as possible. That way we can send that damage to the National Weather Service office so they can go out and survey. Because again, as soon as we get that damage, it's better to send it in right away than you notice you have it in your camera roll for 2 weeks and then send it in 2 weeks later. So send it in as soon as possible. You can do so by sending it to our weather reports page again on Facebook called Michigan Weather Reports. I'm done rambling. Drew, do you have anything else to say?
I think you summed up everything, Joel.
Okay. Cool. I'm going to chillax then for a little bit and watch these storms continue to roll off to the northeast.
Oh, yeah.
But we are pretty much chilling at this current time. Again, kind of laid back at this time of 8:57 on this June 18th. Low pressure system moving through the state today caused a lot of lift, shear, instability, and moisture, all the 4 main ingredients for severe weather. Thankfully, kind of a washout. The storms kind of over-convected a little bit and allowed for severe weather to be more minimal in nature, primarily along and south of 94 today, which was kind of realized in some of the earlier models last night into early this morning. That's kind of what came to fruition today. So it did not get as far north, but it was still a nice rainy day for most there across central Michigan and west Michigan as well.
New SBC update here. So basically, the Grand Rapids, Lansing, Kalamazoo areas all are in a thunderstorm outlook. The only severe risk is, once again, for eastern Michigan, a small slight risk contour. The SBC no longer has a tornado threat for Michigan, or it doesn't have a 2% or 5% risk in Michigan anymore. Still has that 5% and 50% wind threat and no hail threat now. So really, the National Weather Service is highlighting that wind is the main threat, which I would say me and Joel would definitely agree with that. Just with these trailing storms here, wind would be the main threat. Really not seeing any hail threat, just based on how poor the lapse rates are, and the tornado threat is pretty minimal, just with how low our Cape values are and how these storms are slowly weakening.
Got Dark with a $2 super chat saying, I only knew of the tornado because of your shorts. I'm guessing it's probably, did we post it on TikTok? I imagine you guys probably saw it. Yeah, we posted it on TikTok as soon as we got video of it today. Hopefully you guys found it useful and you're able to find us here. If you followed us from TikTok, shout out to you guys. We only have like 10,000 of you guys there. It's a small crowd, but we do have a TikTok page. Again, our username there is MI Storm Chasers. I was live actually last night, Drew, on TikTok. I don't know if you saw that. Between
really?
Yeah, between like 1 and right around when the Outlook came out, I was live there on TikTok from like 1 o'clock to like 1:30, just to hang out with y'all. Again, a small crowd, but gotta give love to our TikTok followers every once in a while. So Sam with a 199 super chat. Chesterfield is looking real ominous right now. A lot of turbulence out there tonight. The clouds are probably looking a lot wavy, or very wavy, I should say. Proper grammar. And that'll continue as the low pressure system moves through the state. Find you guys on TikTok first. Awesome. Let's go. Let's go a step deeper here. Does anyone follow us straight from threads? We'll let you guys answer that. Drew, looks like you have something to say.
Uh, Not really. I would say, actually, I was gonna say something. So I guess if anyone's in Sanilac County, we were mentioning kind of in the Dearborn camera of a shelf cloud. Might have a really good shelf cloud coming into view here in Sanilac County. So if anyone does see a shelf cloud, feel free to send in those pictures over to our group pages, preferably maybe the storm community page. The weather report page, like Joel mentioned, is more for kind of like severe weather reports, whether it's flash flooding, tornadoes, hail, wind, etc.
So in the bottom left side of the screen, there's all of some of our cameras at least. We have Ionia. That is going to be Harbor Beach there in the thumb. You can see again some of those wavy clouds out there tonight at the beach. It is a torrential downpour here in Manistee tonight on the camera there. That is facing north. Dearborn camera has lightened up a little bit down there ever since the power flashes that occurred. There's a classic example of wavy clouds out there tonight from the Charlotte cam. They're southwest of Lansing. Very turbulent. And again, another camera facing west here from Manistee in the northwest side of the Lower Peninsula.
I will say, Joel, looking back at where we had that tight rotation by Dansville and White Oak, we do have some spotter network reports of damage now between 8:30 to 9 of several tree branches, as well as even a tree that were snapped and uprooted. 18 here, hold up, actually I want to make sure I get this right here.
You're
good. 3 branches down, about 3 to 4 inches, 3 inches in diameter and 10 feet long. We have another one here, 3 down branches at about 1 inch diameter. Yeah. Basically, we just have several reports of tree branches and even a tree that were uprooted around that area. So I'd be curious to see if that was just for straight line winds or if that was any tornadic damage.
Absolutely. Testing audio. Yep, okay. There's still people asking where is that in the state, Drew?
That would be right between Dansville and White Oak here. Looking through radar scope here right now. Be northeast of Bunker Hill, southeast of Dansville, and west of White Oak. Get some road names here.
Yeah, I see that. So south of Weberville. So it's going to be southeast of Lansing, if you guys need reference for a bigger city.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a deer on our camera. Look at that. In the center of our cam there. Look, a deer on our Ionia cam. It's like a fawn, kind of. Small deer. Right there by the right side or left side of that tree in the center of your screen. Again, the reason why we're showing you deer out there, it's a good sign. If we're not showing really much of the radar, that's a sign that everything has calmed down out there tonight. The only alerts we have right now are for St. Clair and Macomb County for 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, which is below severe criteria. So we're able to kind of just debrief with you all tonight. By the way, this camera on your screen is Ionia. specifically the Old Stone Porch, which is a barn wedding venue there in Ionia, Michigan. So shout out to them for hosting this. Yeah, it's calmed down out there across the state. Our torrential downforce kind of letting up a little bit there on the Muskegon cam. Still downpouring, but it was rocking. So I would say at this point tonight, all clear for everybody except for Drew. I would imagine we could say all clear for everyone but Macomb and St. Clair County.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Sweet. Every other storm that's outside of those two counties we just mentioned, if there are storms tonight, likely not to be severe. KMG75 with a $5 super chat saying, thanks for all you do. It is pouring in Clinton Township right now. You guys have been absolutely decimated by rain today. Continuing the comment here, the roads have cleared after the flash flooding earlier today. That's good to hear. Unfortunately, tonight, more rain on the way. So prepare accordingly. For those who missed it earlier today, this is part 2 of our streaming coverage. Part 1 was earlier this afternoon. We went live for a surprise tornado warning in Macomb County. We did not expect the first round to really produce anything, if at most severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but it got to that point and ended up producing a brief weak tornado in Fraser, Michigan there in Macomb County. We also stayed live long enough to watch our balloon launch across, started launched from Athens there in southwest Michigan. That was, again, on our part 1 stream. So feel free to go check that out. Again, you can go back and watch all of our archived streams here on our YouTube page, Michigan Storm Chasers, at MI Storm Chasers. Make sure, if you do follow us, or if you are watching on YouTube tonight, hit that red subscribe button if you haven't already. Again, we do this all the time. We'll be back. You'll see us live maybe as soon as tomorrow for more severe weather. We're not wrapping up yet, though. We're going to stay live here for just a little bit longer as these storms continue towards St. Clair County. Still, they're not warned right now, but they are strong in terms of winds. We could take Tyler actually live for a drive. His camera's still live up there, still chasing. Very rainy one out there. He is right now. Where's he at? I don't see his dot anymore. Oh, I see it. He is heading. He is in. Looks like Macomb County right now, following behind. Over on M59. So heading due east on M59 across Macomb County. I believe that is the intersection of M59 and M53. According to a spotter dot. Beretta 499 super chat saying, thank you guys for the coverage today. Appreciate all that you do. Much love from New Haven. Hopefully, thank you for the super chat, of course. No problem. And again, we'll be doing this all the time here throughout the remainder of the summer. We also cover winter weather as well. We're not going anywhere. We're here for you guys 24/7, 365 days a year. So if you haven't yet followed us or subscribed and you are a Michigander watching this stream, don't miss out on a stream in the future. That's some nice lightning there from Tyler's cam just now. It's going to be a little electric out there tonight as the atmosphere starts to use up that leftover instability. So don't be surprised if you still see thunder, or see lightning and hear thunder between now and midnight.
Thunder.
Yeah, you can't see thunder. Sometimes English is hard. It happens a lot.
hey, when you speak like thousands and thousands of words, eventually you're gonna have one that's just gonna come out the wrong way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'd say this was a pretty successful live stream. You guys did a great job, mods, and we had chasers that were chasing that tornado warning cell. We had, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, I think we had like 4 chasers on that tornado warning cell
I believe
that
so.
were able to communicate to us in the National Weather Service about what that storm was doing and report any damage with that. So
Real quick, while I have a moment, we'll go through our sponsors for this stream. We do it once every stream here. All our sponsors are always going to be scrolling across the top of the screen, so if you ever want to reach out to one of our trusted partners here, again, they are all scrolling across the top of the screen. But we'll also pop out a side panel for y'all and go over our sponsors again. Bear with us here. We appreciate our sponsors very much, and they help keep operations going at Michigan Storm Chasers, as well as all of you guys who contribute, no matter what, if it's monetarily or non-monetarily. I appreciate you all, no matter how you support us here at Michigan Storm Chasers. So all our sponsors, starting with Storm Guard, based out of North Metro Detroit, right now where the storms are currently located. If you are there in Oakland, Macomb, Washtenaw County, Storm Guard is your place to contact for roofing and construction work. Lifestyle Exteriors there for construction needs from Lansing to Traverse City. Lifestyle is your company. Katz Roofing and Siding, based out of Potterville, Lansing area, so also in the same region. Got Pro Powder, specializing in powder coating needs, based out of South Haven. Feel free to check them out at the number there on your screen. Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding, based out of Sanilac and St. Clair County. Contact them for your roofing and siding needs in the Thumb area. Metro Detroit region, if you guys have some trees down out there this evening, cleaning up from any tree damage from the tornado earlier today, call McKay Tree Specialists, number there on your screen. If you're in West Michigan and also have damage, Kuiper Tree Care is your one-stop shop for tree care needs there. Slight flex, Drew, that was your old employer, I believe, right?
yep.
Heck yeah.
For do.
There you go. So they're in West Michigan, Kuiper Tree Care. You also have in Southwest Michigan, Gull Lake Tree Pro, based out of Kalamazoo County. FBI Buildings, if you need a barn dominium or outdoor building done, that is your sponsor there. FBI Buildings covers pretty much all of the Lower Peninsula. On Top Roofing, Livingston County, folks. That is your sponsor for roofing in that region, as well as surrounding counties there. If you need any commercial roofing done, contact Schneider Commercial Building Solutions there. Insurance adjustment claims, Shield Public Adjusters. Again, these are all storm-related businesses, so even if you do need insurance adjustment claims following severe weather, Shield Public Adjusters is the business for you, based out of Lansing. Flooring needs to be done. Floor Coverings International, Michiana, Southwest Michigan, number there on your screen. Got 4 more sponsors to wrap things up here. We got Top Gun, one of our newer ones, based out of West Michigan. Guardian Technologies, our Skycam network, Skynet network of Skycams here around the state that you've been seeing this evening. Another one of our newer sponsors, A-Class Construction and Restoration, based out of Mason County up there near Manistee in Ludington. And our newest sponsor joining us today, Rainbow Restoration. Number on your screen is 616-583-1234. Kent County surrounding areas, check them out for all of your storm cleanup needs after the storm passes. I believe that is one of our first restoration businesses here. So if you have any businesses that you would like to sponsor here at MSC, feel free to reach out to us at contact@michiganstormchasers.com. That is our Gmail. If you want to contact Chandler directly, his email is chandler@michiganstormchasers.com. Again, we thank our sponsors very much. We can't do it without our sponsors. If we didn't have sponsors, we wouldn't be able to be live for you guys tonight. Again, they sponsor things such as our weather balloon launchers, our streaming software, all our models that we use to give you guys the best forecast each and every day here for the state of Michigan. So a round of applause for our sponsors as well tonight for sponsoring all of our operation costs. And again, we are watching right now nothing happening in Michigan other than Tyler, who is driving in the downpour across to Macomb County right now, which is currently special weather statemented for 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. Also, the point of our sponsors, I guess you'd say, they're more like trusted partners. The reason being is because we do background checks, check for insurance, all that jazz, so you don't have to. So if you saw any of those sponsors in your neck of the woods and want to do business with them, please reach out to us in Messenger. We will point you in the right direction. That is what Chandler is also for here at MSC. We don't want you guys to get strung the wrong way, I guess you could say. So feel free to reach out to us if you want to contact those businesses. So yes, yay sponsors. Anyways, radar-wise, the heaviest of the rain showers right now over New Haven and New Baltimore, entering St. Clair County. Tyler is apparently on his way home right now, so he's kind of chasing on his way back. It's been a long day for Tyler.
It's been a long day for all of us.
Indeed. Tyler, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but if you want to turn on your mic and speak with us, you're more than welcome to. We have your microphone unmuted on our side of things. If not, no worries. I see Marine City in here. Marine City is going to be heaviest of rain probably about 10 minutes from now at the earliest. Joshua with a $2 super chat saying, fellas are doing a great job. Thank you, Joshua, for that awesome comment. You are awesome as well. Thank you for watching today. Sam with a $1.99 super chat saying, severe lightning in Chesterfield tonight. Yeah, a lot of that instability still needs to be used up out there, so lightning will be copious where heavy showers still exist. Yes, the 9 o'clock update, tornado risk has shifted out of the state. There's no real risk for severe weather for the remainder of the night, other than perhaps a quick severe warning for perhaps 60 mile per hour winds, which I'm not seeing right now on our radar. So again, if you're outside of Macomb and St. Clair County, you guys are in the clear for tonight. We're still watching these two counties specifically for this this very end of the line of storms as it's rolling through the St. Clair region. Looking further south down the radar, though, it extends all the way down through about Cincinnati, Ohio. So this is the very north end of that line of storm. So it goes from St. Clair County all the way down through Cleveland, where there are considerable warnings in effect, and then all the way bows back towards Adams County, Brown County, down there near Georgetown and West Union, Ohio, which is along the Ohio River. So it's quite the system that moved through today. And overnight tonight we have a lot of rain that'll be moving in, allowing things to kind of cool off a little bit for your day on Thursday, where temperatures will be likely in the 70s all day, which will be a nice relief.
Joel, were you able to hear Tyler at all? He was trying to communicate through Zello.
I did not hear him. I have him unmuted on my side, and I also have his... It's set on monitor and output. I must be missing something.
Yeah, I mean, I was able to hear him through Zello on StreamOps.
Oh, on Zello. Gotcha.
Yeah. He said, are you guys able to hear me? If he was talking about the stream, we can't hear him, but...
If he was coming through Zello, let me open that up real quick.
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, now I can hear him. Yep.
Guessing he's probably almost at home.
Yep, we can hear you, Tyler. Thank you. I was about to go insane if I couldn't hear any of our chasers. Not gonna lie. did already answer the question for Marine City, probably within the next 10 minutes.
I'm allegedly almost home. I'm not giving away my home address. That'd be crazy, bro.
Yeah, if you need to turn off your camera, we understand. Don't worry.
Yeah, we don't need people showing up at our chasers' locations. That would be
Yeah, please don't
a
follow
little
our
creepy.
chasers.
Yeah, please don't. Serious note, that was kind of proven today, where we had 4 chasers nearby a tornado warning cell. We would have anyone following them, and if there would be a strong or violent tornado happening, we could easily get in harm's way. So
I am gonna hop off, but thanks for streaming, Joel, Drew. You did amazing. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'm gonna go home and relax, I guess. Catch y'all later.
Thank you very much, Tyler. Thank you for your efforts today out there chasing all the way across the state. We'll see you in the next chase, and have a great rest of your night.
For sure you do.
yeah, the chasers know what they're doing. They're out there to storm chase the worst of the weather. So that's why you don't chase the chasers.
Yeah, absolutely. Correct. Chasers chase. I don't want to be chased. Please don't. I was made aware that we also passed 55,000 subs on YouTube tonight, so that's another milestone. Unfortunately for me, that means I'm going to have to dance again at some point. Hooray. Tell ya. You guys got me crazy. That's my kind of little thing that I do here at Michigan Storm Chasers, where every time we hit a 5K milestone on YouTube, I will dance. And I actually have not danced for 50K, so I'm going to have to do 2 dances. I'll do 1 tonight probably once we wrap up the stream here. So if y'all stick around, I'll probably just embarrass myself for y'all. Don't take it personally. It's just something that we do in celebration of hitting milestones here at MSC. 50,000 was a huge milestone. We're on our way to 100,000 on YouTube. So if you haven't followed us on YouTube, subscribed on YouTube, feel free to do that. But we did hit 55K tonight, so thank you guys very much. And yeah, I'll probably dance here once these storms do leave the state. So if you want to stick around for that, I'll embarrass myself probably. It is what it is. Keeps it lively. It's nice and relaxing end for the night for our streams. Again, it goes to show you that we are chillaxing now. These storms are no longer likely to be severe for tonight. Again, we're still just watching St. Clair County right now for 50-mile-per-hour winds, but other than a few trees coming down, as long as you're away from exterior walls and you're in this neck of the woods, you should be okay. There are severe thunderstorm warnings in Ontario.
Yes, there are. So these yellow boxes are not for the state of Michigan. These are for Ontario.
Indeed. And yeah, subscribing on YouTube is free to do. Julie pointed that out here on YouTube. The word subscribe is a little misleading, but that is free to do. But yeah, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Ontario down towards Ohio as well, Drew, across Lake Erie. That entire line is pretty much severe warn tonight. Very impactful as this is going through Cleveland tonight as we speak.
Yeah, even a tornado warning too.
Ah, yep,
by
right
Ohio.
there.
Let's take a quick peek over here just to see what's all happening. Yeah, just up and down severe thunderstorm warning, similar to kind of what Indiana had. 60-mile-per-hour winds here, even 70-mile-per-hour winds here up in the northeast Ohio. Even a tornado warning here, radar indicated. Quick pull velocity, just out of curiosity. This is in Ohio, FYI. This is, yeah, a little bit of a notch.
Mm-hmm. For those who
Really
might have
strong winds by,
Ohio friends
Cleveland.
down there. Yeah.
considerable warning for the Cleveland area. But up in here for our state, just have special weather statements.
Yeah, we're right at
Have
that
severe
north
warnings.
end.
Yep, in the tippy top.
It's like the top of the tower. Again, the top of the tower is sometimes called the bookend vortex. It's kind of lost its vortex-ishness to it, if that's even a word. If not, add it to the MSC dictionary. But that north end is usually something we have to watch for sneaky little bits of rotation. Hasn't really done anything since it went through Dearborn. We saw those power flashes, which, by the way, are still there on our Facebook page if you guys want to go watch them off our cam in Dearborn. But other than that, it's been pretty slow going since it rolled through Dearborn around an hour ago. So as long as, if you are in 82 of the 83 counties in Michigan that are not St. Clair County, you are good for the night. Macomb County, you guys are pretty much in the clear now. This storm, unless you're in Richmond right now, you guys are in the clear. So Richmond, I'll actually include Memphis. Well, I guess technically Memphis is on the border of St. Clair County anyway. So Richmond, Memphis, and the rest of St. Clair County, you guys are still under the threat for some damaging winds here, up to 50 miles per hour. Other than that, if you are not in this region of the state, you guys are good.
Just pulled up surface, meso analysis. There is virtually no cape at all left. We have 500, and that's elevated cape, and a lot of bulk shear, but that doesn't really matter if you don't really have a lot of cape or any, hardly any cape. And basically, we have no surface-based cape, and when you have no surface-based cape, then you can't really get tornadoes or really tornadoes or damaging winds typically. So basically, in other words, the severe threat for Michigan is basically zero or very low.
But yeah, we're still watching this right now. I will say from the DTX radar, that bookend vortex is still trying to do something as it heads towards Richmond. It's very, very weak and subtle, but it is there. You can see reds and greens that are close to each other in the upper levels. If that does mix to the surface, we want to make sure we're still here in case that does. So we're gonna hang out with y'all for a little bit till this bookend vortex does leave into Ontario. So it'll probably be another half hour, Drew, I would imagine.
Yep.
But it is south of Memphis right now. It's not in Memphis. It's in Richmond. No problem, y'all. If y'all are logging off for the night, feel free to hit that like button and follow us on the way out. Again, we'll be back for severe weather coverage here across the state of Michigan, no matter where you live, here for the remainder of the year and into the years to come. So we aren't going nowhere. Feel free to follow. Appreciate y'all for tuning in tonight so far. I guess we could recap today, Drew. Starting off with, really, we kicked it off with our briefing this morning at 11 o'clock. We saw some significant clearing start to move into the area. We were concerned that the threat would move more towards the 96 region. Thankfully, most of the weather stayed along and south of 94 instead, so impact less Michiganders. It still did impact Michiganders today, but nonetheless, that's what we were looking at. Then we got to the 1 o'clock hour. I did the jinx, went downstairs to get some food, and as always, when someone gets food here at MSC, something goes warned, and we had actually a tornado warning from Macomb County as a tornado touchdown in Fraser today. That storm also produced a lot of rain, flash flooding in the Clinton area, upwards of 3 inches of rain with that storm. Really, Macomb County just got slammed between 1 and 2 o'clock today.
or noon and 2. And then as we moved into the afternoon hours, those cells started to move out, and then we went live, or we stayed live, Drew, for that balloon launch, obviously. Once that balloon launch was done, we hopped off for about an hour, and then we were back live for those severe storms as they rolled in from Berrien County, and stayed pretty much along the 94 corridor. We had a bunch of chasers out there today that caught likely a tornado near Burr Oak as well. It's southwest to the west of Kalamazoo. We'll see what surveys have to show about that. Those storms moved over into the Lansing area and produced what is likely maybe another tornado, or at least damaging straight line wind damage across Ingham County. And then we had a bunch of different little mesovortices try to spin up across southeast Michigan tonight as well. Kind of ending with our last significant thing that we saw in this stream, the Dearborn power flash on our camera. So that's kind of a recap of today, honestly. It could have obviously been a lot worse, but we're thankful it isn't. Kind of a average event, so to speak. And we're happy you guys all tuned in here tonight to follow along for all of our adventures. We have a lot more planned here. We're just taking off. Again, more balloon launches to come, more streams to come, so feel free to follow along.
Yeah, looking towards the future, we'll have more severe weather days to be on the lookout for. We'll have Thursday, we have marginal risk up in the UP and extreme portions of northwestern lower Michigan. And then we have Friday, slight risk up in the UP and a marginal risk, including portions of northern lower Michigan, as well as western and central portions of Michigan. Let's be on the lookout. Even though being 3 days out, the SBC has enough confidence to have a significant tag for western portions of the UP, basically meaning that there could be maybe some significant hazards potentially, depending on how it all plays out. Probably would be wind if I would have to put a guess on it.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll know a whole lot more tomorrow in regards to Friday. So multiple days of severe weather to be on the lookout for, and also heat as well. Like Joel was mentioning earlier on about heat indices being well over 100 potentially for the majority of Michiganders.
Yeah. And when we have extreme heat like that, that's basically more fuel for storms. It's almost too much fuel. You get CAPE values. Again, the normal cutoff really for severe weather is 1,000 joules of CAPE. When we have values showing on our model runs of 5,000, maybe even higher than that for this weekend, again, that just goes to show you how hot it's going to get out there. A lot of fuel for storms. But you still need forcing mechanisms. You still need shear and moisture to really get storms to give more of an all-hazard threat. If you just have instability, the chances are you're most likely just going to get damaging winds. And depending on the lapse rates, perhaps some large hail. But usually, if it's just instability, it's going to be a wind threat. And so we could see multiple wind threats start to pick up over the next week, especially into the start of next week, where temperatures will, without the heat index, will be into the mid-90s for some. And that could, result in some what are called derechos. Not saying that it's on our radar right now, but usually when we get temperatures very hot during the summer, and a ridging pattern like we have right now, where the storms kind of just go up and around and kind of move through the Great Lakes region along that ridge, you never know, we could have 250-mile long swaths of damaging winds, which are called derechos. So, the more you know.
Yep.
But
I will say we see a lot of comments.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go. I will say we do need this rain tonight, looking short term. Drought is ongoing across central Michigan in our latest drought index, which does actually update tomorrow morning, so we'll see what changes occur. But yeah, this is much needed rain tonight. Obviously, we don't want it to all fall in one time frame, but we'll take it. The deficit is running low, especially for drought across the Tri-Cities, the Thumb, and central Michigan over towards Big Rapids. Your turn, Drew.
Yeah, I was going to say that, we've seen it a lot during our briefings or live streams. We always have a lot of comments saying, is this going to be a derecho? We can't really ever say if it's going to be or not, because it's something similar to a tornado where it can't be officially confirmed until after it happens. So the more proper question is, are we expecting an MCS or a big squall line that'll come through? that would be the more appropriate question, because we can't really answer that. That's more what the National Weather Service determines usually. So I have a bug flying by my face that's distracting.
All right. I just switched off my headphones. They just died on me. So Drew, feel free to speak.
Okay.
Okay, you're coming back to my computer now. So if there's an echo for y'all, it's because my headphones just died. We made it this far. I'll move my microphone away back from the computer so there's not as much of an echo. But you guys should be able to hear me still. The microphone didn't change sources.
Yep.
There's just the headphones. So far tonight we've had one confirmed tornado in the state of Michigan. Surveys tomorrow will likely show us more. We could see upwards of our total. It started today at 28. We could see it climb to maybe 31, maybe 32. Maybe there was maybe 3 or 4 tornadoes today at most. It all depends on where they go out and survey. Again, there's a lot of different notches that occur across the state, and where we see those notches, quick spin-ups can occur. So we might be taken by surprise. We'll see. But it is more likely than not that today we did not see an EF2 tornado, unless the tornadoes that did happen hit something that caused significant damage. So again, tornadoes are rated on the damage they do, but it is likely that we did not see an EF2 plus tornado today. It was probably all weak tornadoes again, which is good. We'll take it. Nice rain curtain on our main SD cam there.
Current special weather statement that is in effect for Ingham County will be expiring here in 8 minutes here. We haven't had any new special weather statements or severe warnings issued from Detroit and the rest of Ingham County, which is not really surprising. Based on the weakening trends here. But Joel's pondering what dance he should do.
Oh, jeez. I almost forgot.
Now's your time to think.
Yeah, I'll look it up. I'll look up some stuff. Give me a sec.
For those that are wondering, not really a lot going on radar. Just really heavy downpours going on in Ingham County, maybe a little bit in Lapeer. Perhaps some gusty winds, but they may be so weak that they're not even worthy of special weather statement being issued for that. But just like Joel mentioned, there is a lot of bulk shear out there, a lot of spin in the upper levels, so that's just something that we're kind of being a lookout for here. But otherwise, really the main severe threat that's ongoing was in Ontario and in Ohio, where they have even 70-mile-per-hour winds and even a tornado warning down by northeast Ohio around the Cleveland area. So the rest of the state here is just getting rain, and more on the west side, it's a little bit drier, but we do have some scattered rain showers that are present. Even some heavier downpours over here on Lake Michigan. Double check here to see if there's anything over here. Nope. Just heavy rain over Lake Michigan. And if we go into northern lower Michigan, once again, same story. Widespread rain showers. A few areas where it's dry. And once again, that is the same case in the UP. The Upper Peninsula of Michigan will be talked a lot more, though, in these coming days. Severe weather chances will increase for the UP over this weekend, so that will be something to be mindful about. But in terms of today, the only area that we're watching is by Sanilac County, where there is a heavier downpour, maybe some slightly gusty winds, but once again, nothing really too concerning with this right now. So. Joel will be doing a dance here eventually, so get ready for that. That I can guarantee.
Yeah, I'm trying to find something. I'm trying to find something right now.
Joel has done lots of dances, so it's becoming more and more difficult for him to find something. Look at comments here. Mount Pleasant, Isabella County, you guys are, I believe, just are getting rain. There shouldn't be anything concerning over there, but we can take a quick peek. Yeah, you guys are currently dry right now. Just a few scattered downpours just south of Mount Pleasant. Nothing concerning at all on velocity or VIL, so just rain. If anything would go severe or be a little bit on the stronger side, it would be right over here in Sanilac County. That is the only area in Michigan right now that we're kind of honing in right now. And this special weather statement that is for southern Sanilac County for 50-mile-per-hour winds will be canceling here in 3 minutes. And the National Weather Service of Detroit doesn't think it's worthy enough to have another special weather statement. So
We're almost ready. I think I found a move.
okay.
I had to go on TikTok and figure out something I wanted to do, and I think I found it. The only problem is if I dance, we can't play music because we don't want to get copyrighted. So, unfortunately, it'll be very awkward, and that's why I said I'm probably going to embarrass myself. But I do that all the time here at Michigan Storm Chasers, so
That's okay.
you know, it helps the uniqueness factor of things here. You know, can laugh at my expense, is what it is.
Here at Michigan Storm Chasers, we dance.
Yeah, honestly.
I think everyone's just in suspense, wondering what Joel's gonna do.
Enough.
And then we're gonna have like 10 screen recordings of it all posted.
The problem is I'm on carpet, so there's stuff that have to do with like sliding your feet, and I don't know if it's even possible, honestly.
So long as you don't fall down, that would be bad.
Yeah. Try not to. I like to move some boxes here. Sure I don't trip. I need the storm to leave St. Clair County so I can dance and then go to bed.
I think that line wants to hit all of Sanilac County. It's not leaving until it hits every single portion of Sanilac County. zoom in here on this downpour here. Columbus already got hit. If I had to guess, anyone's going to get more lightning or heavy rain, maybe some small gusty winds would be Brockway. And probably, I would say, no further north than Lexington. For sure, no further north than Port Sanilac in terms of what's left over of this right here. Once again, if we freeze frame this here and pull up velocity, not really seeing anything concerning. Some upper level rotation perhaps, but there's nothing really too obvious that is concerning as of this moment.
Hi.
Just chance the storm away.
Yeah, I'm putting on my green screen so you guys can see me better. Put you in the bottom there. Yeah, so again, for those who might just be tuning in and are very, very confused right now, for every 5K milestone that we hit on YouTube, I do a dance. It's kind of just been something we've done ever since the beginning, just as a way to, you know, make it fun, embarrass myself at my expense. So, you know, this is what it is. So, yeah, there's really not much else to say other than it's just a dance. If you like it, you hate it, it is what it is. People clip it and it gets sent in the Discord all the time and gets memed to oblivion. So this one will probably get also memed to oblivion. This is technically our 50K dance since I missed it. We'll do the 55K dance here on YouTube in the future. I don't know when, probably the next stream. Just depends on when. Maybe tomorrow, honestly, if we're going to be live again tomorrow. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do my dance, I guess, or at least try. It is a TikTok dance, for those who might not know. It's just going to look very, very weird. So, with that being said, I'm going to kind of get right into it. And yeah, so, mods, are you ready to record? I hope you are, because this is going to be a slide in, and then I get right into it. But yeah. Yeah, it is a dance. All right, here we go. Oh, I can't even show my legs. I'm supposed to be doing like a little bit of a jig right now, and then the I wish I could show you my jig right now, but I can't. It's a TikTok dance move where they cross left, cross right, cross left, cross right. And my legs are not even in it. That stinks.
Bravo.
I mean, yeah, no, that's not working. Anyways.
Jump. Jump
Now
the
my
air and
cam's
cross
off.
your legs while you're in the air.
My cam's all out of focus here, so. Whip. There you go. There's your 50K dance. Say, jog off the screen. Jog back on. There. There's your Chief Morales dancing for y'all. For 50K subs on YouTube. So if you haven't subbed yet, hopefully that gets you to sub, because you get to see it again every time we hit a milestone. Maybe I'll have Drew dance next time. I don't know.
I do have a saved chat where once MSC hits 100,000 subscribers, that Ryan will dance.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I don't know if you ever remember that, Joel. So, kind of curious if Ryan's in here. So, once we hit 100,000, Ryan is dancing, and I have it saved. He's not escaping.
Yeah, we'll get him to do that. Put me back in the corner. Put Joel back in the corner. There we go. Radar update for those in St. Clair County. You guys are good, honestly. I'm looking at it right now, and velocity is pretty fine. Gust to maybe 40 at most, Drew.
Yeah, I mean, there's not even any special weather statements in effect. So,
Yeah. Go check
I
on our
think they
Port
canceled
Hope.
our Port Hoquiam. Actually, look at that right now. Some nice low clouds moving through Dearborn. It's pretty neat.
Yep.
Yeah, Dearborn's very dark. Can't really see much out there right now, so. Well, there you have it. Hoping for the Squidward dance from the Krusty Krab talent show. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Like the arms waving. That'd be crazy. There's a comment in chat here that says, "Can Drew even dance?"
No.
Oof.
I do very little dancing.
Here you go. Checking on last second super chats. There has not been any more, so I think we're good here. Again, I guess at this point we can sound the all clear, Drew, if you're comfortable with that.
Yeah, I don't really see this being anything concerning. Continue to be on a weakening trend, so yeah, I guess for all those that were watching, we appreciate all your help, and yeah, thankfully it didn't trend in the worst case scenario, and probably had a few tornadoes today, but we'll know a lot more about that tomorrow, as well as our future severe weather chances for the upcoming weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. We're right back to work tomorrow. Probably doing this again for the UP. So, actually, do I dare look at the models right now? Hold, please. I might actually do a little bit of a model breakdown. I'm gonna put your radar back and then get my cam adjusted here, just to see what we're looking at for tomorrow. See how it's kind of been playing out. Looks a little bit south. Okay. I mean, HRRR run's not bad. Definitely on the marginal side of things too, though. Go ahead and flip my camera in here. Where's it at? There we go. So this is tonight. So this is overnight tonight. So right now is 10 o'clock. So this is what the current radar is supposed to be looking like. 11, 12, midnight here. You can see showers and thunderstorms last throughout the night, not supposed to be severe. And as we move into the overnight hours, there's 4, 5, and 6 a.m., 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 p.m. So it's lunch tomorrow. So the HRRR run is picking up on showers staying a little bit longer than noon tomorrow across portions of the state, and that will increase your rainfall totals. Time we get to 4 p.m., those showers and storms will pretty much be moving out of the state. However, it'll be quickly followed by isolated thunderstorms developing with afternoon instability, also called pulse storms. And you can see those will be popping up across the lower peninsula, but the severe stuff will be up there in the upper peninsula. So all these clusters up here could be a wind and a hail risk as these move across from Ontonagon down towards Menominee and Escanaba. These cells in lower Michigan tomorrow are expected to be non-severe. There'll still be thunderstorms. We'll probably maybe see some pea-sized hail at most, but these are expected to be non-severe at the current time. I'm going to knock on wood because you never know. You don't want to tempt fate here, but those storms right now are not expected to be severe. We have to watch the complex up there as this moves in late tomorrow night. So that's 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and then 11 o'clock. It's starting to fizzle out as it moves through Ludington, Manistee, Cadillac into the Big Rapids and Fremont area. And then it looks like it'll be into Grand Rapids and Ionia around midnight. But again, in terms of severity, if you go and look at your severe weather surface-based CAPE, there's enough out there. Again, we're looking for values at about 1,000. So it could be borderline severe by the time you get to midnight, but those values drop below 1,000 right at the midnight time frame. So it'll be hard for those storms to kind of fizzle out. And like we said with the atmosphere, y'all, you can see how storms eat up that instability like fuel. So you can see, you can kind of imagine that storm is on Lake Michigan here as you roll it from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight, 1 a.m. You can see it to start really cut into that instability that's still left out there, and kind of just slices right through it down to Jackson, into Lenawee County as well as in Monroe. So it kind of slices that cape right down the middle as it uses it all up. So it's really cool to see how the atmosphere kind of uses it. It leaves a cold pool behind as well. So a little bit colder temperatures tomorrow night as those storms roll through. And then we're also watching Friday as well for perhaps some severe thunderstorms up in the UP, which we'll go over mainly probably tomorrow. So we'll probably have a briefing out for the next 2 days worth of severe weather. Maybe talk about the heat a little bit tomorrow afternoon. We'll get together after the stream tonight and kind of figure out our game plan for the next couple days. But it is going to be a busy one here at Michigan Storm Chasers. We're only halfway through the week. We got some more heat and stuff to track as we get into next week. So thanks you all for tuning in tonight. Drew, I'm going to let you say your last piece here before I also take it out. If you have anything to say.
Yeah, I mean, once again, appreciate everyone that tuned in and subscribed and liked and shared the page. Really means a lot. Also, huge shout out to our chasers. I believe this was probably, in terms of a chasing experience, probably one of the better live streams we've had. We had the chasers where they were on the storms where they needed to be on, and yeah, they did a great job at being safe and providing content. So we really greatly appreciate their help, as well as our moderation team keeping control of the chat. So yeah.
I see there's a comment in chat saying, did you say during the stream about emailing if you wanted to set up a camera? Absolutely. Reach out to us at, I guess you could just reach out to Chandler directly, Chandler@MichiganStormChasers.com. I guess you could reach out to Ryan too. It's the same email except you add Chandler for Ryan. Feel free to email him, either one of them. They'll set up, well, at least contact you back and let you know. We'll be interested in reaching out to you. So for sure, we are looking for more locations to set up cameras at. So feel free to reach out to us. Kind of wrap things up here, plug in some of our stuff, some of the accounts we have here. Again, we are live for all of our live streams, for those who don't know, on Facebook, YouTube, X, and now Twitch TV, which has the shortest delay, so try us out on Twitch TV if you haven't. We are also on Threads, Blue Sky, and Instagram. MI Storm Chasers is the username. If you like what we're doing here at Michigan Storm Chasers, it's always optional to do, but you can donate to our cause here. Our Venmo is at MI Storm Chasers, or you can donate online, www.michiganstormchasers.com/support MSC. Helps us launch war, weather balloons, give back to you guys in terms of content. What we do is not free. So again, we appreciate y'all if you do donate. Otherwise, it is completely optional to do. Liking and sharing just goes a long ways as well. So sharing with more Michiganders is the best way to support what we do here at Michigan Storm Chasers. So I think that's all the plugging I have to do, other than we do have a merch store, helicity.co. I always forget about our merch store, Drew. This shirt, I guess, was created off our merch store. It's head meteorologist in charge, of course. We also have Michigan Storm Chasers t-shirts out there. Just normal weather-themed t-shirts that you guys can download, or not download, but purchase as well. It's not an online transaction, but yeah, you can purchase shirts, stuff like that. You can get Radar Scope merch. Yes, the Radar Scope merch on our store as well. Again, that is helicity.co. That is the link to our store. So again, those proceeds also help give back to you guys here on our streams. So I believe that is it. Again, you guys, for anyone that might be still dealing with anxiety tonight, you guys are completely fine. The severe weather threat is over for tonight. We're not expecting to see any more severe weather the rest of the night. If something happens, it would be something like out of the blue, and we wouldn't even expect it, because right now the ingredients are not there on the table. So speaking of weather anxiety, one more thing to plug before I forget is our Discord channel, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. If you guys have weather anxiety, there is a chat room there for you guys for future severe weather events. Other than that, we are going to sign off for the night. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hit that like button on the way out. Make sure you follow us as well. And we'll catch you next time here at Michigan Storm Chasers for another live storm coverage stream or severe weather briefing, depending on the time of the day. So have a great night, everyone, and we'll talk to you soon.
See ya.